Howdy. Good morning, afternoon, evening, good time zone. Welcome to the stream. We are starting 19 minutes late because my dumbass forgot to update NIKKE because I didn't know there was an update. Great start to the stream. Yeah, we are playing NIKKE today. We are doing part 2 of the Goddess Fall event, as well as the minigame scenes that I forgot to go through last time. In terms of Libra, I don't know if I'm pulling her yet. I might just golden mileage her, honestly. So let's move on to here. I have not done any of my daily. I opened this just now. I kind of had a hectic morning. Greetings. I am not a plant. Greetings, Steve. I'm gonna do like minimal dailies for now. I'll do them later off stream. Main focus right now is the event. So I'm just gonna collect my percentages and be on my way. Let's see here. There is the co-op going on right now. I will say, the co-op, for newer commanders, if you don't know what co-op is, it's very easy to miss this game mode. You can only access it through this tiny slider up here. When it has the co-op banner in the top left. I'll do co-op right now since I'm gonna forget later if I don't. Basically what co-op is, you get matched with 4 other commanders, and you work together to get to an end state of the current boss. The end state is everyone gets nuked. It's very fast if you do it on this mode. Are we doing all rappy? Yes! Unlock it. No! How dare you! Traitor. Anyways, you can have funny formations like that in co-op. And you get the co-op shop currency if you do this. Let's see here. Besides that, let's see how long part 2 of the event takes and go from there. I can expect it to take quite a bit. The co-op would load. Here it is. That one night. Anyways, how's everyone doing while this fight's going on? Why's my volume slightly higher than usual for NIKKE? NIKKE, why are you being loud?
ついに終わりましたね。さあ、休みましょう、指揮官。
Everything the same. Yeah. Surely I won't forget this later. I believe I have a crystal in here, as well as the records. NIKKE. Struggling to learn how to constantly stay... Constantly what? Is that a 1? 1E. In what context are you saying that? Main privity? Like, I'm gonna need a bit more context than that answer. Keeping the beat in the music? Ah. Do you have issues with rhythm usually? Because that's one of the things that got drilled into me when I was learning, like, any instrument. Yep, you're gonna have fun with that struggle. To do our ritual temple in the friendship. That's a lot of purple. That's 3 rappies. One of the things I do unconsciously when I listen to music is either my foot or something else just keeps track of the rhythm as I'm listening to something. I feel like that helps, like, learn the rhythm over time. In a way that doesn't feel like you're consciously trying to learn it. Because if you can recognize the rhythm of, like, a random track that you turn on, then that's a good start, I'd say. And, like, maintain that. Of course it's Tetra. Of course it's Tetra. You need a second brain. Can you not multitask with music? Like, can you not listen and maintain at the same time? I feel like being able to play an instrument requires a certain level of multitasking, depending on what instrument you're doing. One brain for moving body, one brain for interpreting notes, and one for keeping the time. You need 3 brains at that point. I'm a lot rappy today. Because what you're supposed to do is interpreting the notes with a brain that's like normal. Keeping the time, if you practice a piece enough, it just becomes muscle memory for when you need to do the notes. So that can be learned through other means. As Obius dies, why are you dying? We're talking about music, why are you dying? In terms of moving the body, that's also muscle memory once you get that. But that requires a lot of practice. Okay, brain is not braining. I have to do this. I'll do dailies after, depending on time. Yeah, guys, well. I think there's a party going on in your street. There's a bunch of cars also finally your home. Welcome back home. In terms of the party, yay, I guess. The thing with huge parties, at least where I live, it's not common, but the one time I did see something like that happening, the police got caught on them. Oh. Okay, what am I doing in here? Challenge. Like an actual party, like drinking party type thing, the police got caught on them, then I think the other gathering that I passed by, I don't think it was a normal party, if you get what I mean. From the little I saw through the windows, I don't think it was a normal party. Actually, material age ship paused for one moment. It's really annoying how sometimes the music is quiet, other times it's like ear blasting. Like this part doesn't have to be that loud. It's just a sound effect. But the track's the thing that's blasting right now. I don't get it. Maybe it's the sound effects. Yeah, the gun is... we can make that slightly lower. Right, in terms of instruments, I feel like the one where you need to multitask the most is the piano, in terms of like left hand, right hand. Other instruments, for some reason, feel easier than the piano. I just lowered this audio, but kind of want the bullet oomph. Anyways, we have minigame to check in on. Also, I'm not crazy, I think. I may have played the minigame last night until I hit the next wall. Just a slight bit. I do wonder what other people's bases look like. Repeating of frozen chicken Alfredo, fair enough. I have like every side thing built. It's not letting me build this yet. But I have every elevator unlocked. I sectioned off the power plants to have more production later on. I have all the HQ up here. And the dorms are shoved into the corner. And this side is just production. I wonder how other people are organizing theirs. Get the mission. Okay, before doing today's story 2, Kata Bro told me to wait on that to check the overworld state, so we're gonna go through the scenes first, then do the last 2 afterwards. And once we're done with those, we're gonna go through the minigame story. So from this point onward, If you are doing this event and have not started part 2 yet, this is spoiler territory. You have been warned. Mother's heart.
これは良くない展開ですね。
Hello, Mirror. This isn't looking good.
何が？
What do you mean?
マリアンは自分がクイーンであると明かしてしまったようです。
Marion went and revealed that she's the queen.
それが何か問題？
Why is that a bad thing?
クイーンであることは隠そうとすると想定していましたので。
You have not fully caught up with last stream, so you're dipping? Fair enough. The original plan was for Marion to keep the fact that she is the queen hidden.
頃合いを見て密かに事実を流す予定でした。
Blah. There you go. Also being forced to drink water. I suddenly linked it to the other side.
その後責め立てられ孤立したマリアンを
Then everyone would give her hell.
心の隙につけ入って私の手に収めようと考えていたのですが
And when she broke down, I'd swoop in and sweet talk her. Mirror, you're a piece of shit.
また悪巧みしてたのね。
That's some nasty business for you.
悪巧み？戦略と言ってほしいところですね。
Nasty business, you say? I prefer the term strategy.
操り人形を仕立て上げることは簡単ではありません。じっくりと時間をかける必要があるのです。
Turning someone into a puppet isn't something that happens overnight. You have to take your time with it.
コツを知りたいですか？方法もいくつかありますが。
Would you like to know how to brainwash someone? I do have a few methods.
興味ない。
I'm not interested.
ともあれ、そのような算段だったのですが。
Well, that was my plan.
本人に先を越されてしまいました。隠し事はなくなったも同然です。
But she went and said it first. At that level, it's practically a public announcement.
みんなマリアンを倒そうとするかもね。クイーンには違いないんだし。
I guess they might try to kill Marion. She's the queen after all.
マリアンに関して私の知ることは以上です。
Thus concludes my account of young Lady Marion.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you, Naida. Anyone else hate Mirror? For those who haven't done Old Tales, they don't have as much context, but she's a bitch. Plain and simple. She's a manipulative bitch. And I hate those type of people.
皆さん、私は
Mirror can in fact go fuck herself. Exactly. The issue with Mirror, or as people call her, Red Shoes, people don't care about the red flags because she is quote-unquote thick. Y'all have issues. Like, I can't see past the red flags. I don't care if she looks bangable. She is not on my list. Everyone, nothing's changed.
同じ意見だ。
I concur.
クラウン王国で銃口を向けられた時からある程度予想はできていました。
I already had some suspicions when she aimed a gun at us back in the Crown Kingdom.
今の私たちの目標はあくまで空の上にいるあのクイーンです。
And after all, our target is that queen over there.
重要なのはそこから先だ。
What matters now is what comes next.
マリアン、お前はラプチャーを従えて人類を滅ぼすつもりか？
Marion, will you have the Raptures destroy humanity?
いいえ。
No.
そうならないという保証は？
What guarantee is there that it won't happen?
もしそうなったら私を殺してください。
If that does happen, I want you to kill me.
そうか。
Noted.
クラウン王国の皆様方からは何かご意見は？
Do the maidens of the Crown Kingdom harbor any objection to this? Prithee.
タロス。
Tell us.
はい。
Yes. Talos grabs Chime and lifts her up. Chime locks eyes with Marion because she's so short, so he has to go on Talos.
チャイム。
Chime. She just slapped her. Chime whacks Marion on the head. She got bonked. What do you mean I'm as short as me? What do you mean I'm shorter than Chime? Are you smoking something? So you see how short Chime is. Exactly. I'm not that short. You know how tall I am. I am not that short. Wait or no, I care not. You're not but a subject of the Crown Kingdom. Thou needest only tell me where thou art and what thou dost in good time. So. What do you mean I'm shorter? I will smack you, Juna. I am not. Act on thy own again without a word. And I shall give thee a proper thrashing, mark my word. I'm gonna give you a thrashing, Dima.
わかりました。ありがとうございます。
You got it. Thanks, Chime.
体の具合は良いのですか？
I trust you're in good health.
はい、もう大丈夫です。
Yes, I'm fine now.
でしたら、もう言うことはありませんわね。
Then there's no cause for worry.
そんなすごい人だったんですね、マリアン。
Dima? That should be harder now, Dima. Down. I didn't realize you were a person of high status, Marion.
そうでしょうか。
I suppose so, her side eye. It's like, eh?
私を部下ってことにしてもらえません？私の周り、みんなすごい肩書きばっかりで、ただの一般人としては肩身が狭いかなって。
Would you consider taking me as your subordinate? Everyone else already has a position, so it feels a bit lonely being just a commoner.
キロには私がいるではありませんか？
You have me, Kilo.
こっちはこっちで最近なんか圧が強いし。
You've been like this a lot lately. It's a bit much.
彼女たちがマリアンを倒そうとする。
They might try to kill Marion. Yeah,
ま
sure.
さかそのようなことは絶対に起こりません。
That could never happen. Absolutely not.
彼女たちはマリアンを育て守ってきた親のような存在です。我が子を捨てられるはずがないですよ。
I disagree with that. Someone else is loving? I love it when cats love. They look so cute. Those who took care of and protected her would never abandon her. Parents don't turn their backs on their
どのような
children.
姿や状況になろうと、親として子供をかばおうとするでしょう。
No matter what form the child takes or what hardships they face, they stand by their children and hold them close. I disagree with that, Mayor. I hard disagree with that.
たとえその子が悪い子で守ろうとすることが自分たちの未来に闇をもたらすと分かっていても
Even if the child makes mistakes, even if it could cast a shadow over their own future.
目を閉じ耳を塞ぎ何があっても我が子を見捨てない
Parents close their eyes, shut out the world, and stay by their child's side. They never abandon them. So there's a thing called disowning your children? Your gaze is at the distant crimson clouds.
そういうものですねお母様
It's only natural. When you agree, Mother.
ですがパイオニアとクラウン王国はそうでもエデンは違うかもしれません
He's a good boy? Yes, Samas is good boy. Give Samas head pats for me. Still, even if that holds true for the Pioneers and the Crown Kingdom, Eden might see things differently.
エデンにとってマリアンは未知の存在です実態もどのような性格かもわからないまま
They don't know Marion well. They have no understanding of what she truly is or the nature of her being.
ニケからヘレティックとなりヘレティックとしてクイーン因子を発現させた何者か
To them, she is little more than a NIKKE who became a heretic, and then awakened her queen gene.
それ以上でもそれ以下でもありません
Nothing more, nothing less.
危険な存在に見えていることでしょうね
A being steeped in peril.
感動の再会は終わったか
Done with your tearful reunion.
それなら各自持ち場に
Done it. Paired with that. There's the Nia. Dima, you're a good boy. Get a head pat, alright? There's back to Johan. Then get back to your posts.
クラウン王国のニケたちはセシルの案内に従え
Johan gives two, like, no shits. Nikki's of the Crown Kingdom, follow Cecil.
主要な能力と性能を確認した後
Review your specialties and specs afterward. Johan gazes beyond them at the crimson-stained sky.
クイーン攻略作戦を開始する
We'll commence the assault on the Queen.
セシルクイーンの動きは
Cecil, any change in her position?
現在クイーンはエデンから3時の方向距離 10km の上空で静止しています
The Queen is currently positioned 10 kilometers from Eden at 3 o'clock. She remains in the air.
ここまで高度が下がればイサベルの攻撃が届きます
But at a low altitude, Isabel should be capable of attacking her at this height.
今のところ他の動きはなくラプチャーの変化も見られません
As observed, she is taking no action, not even deploying raptures.
エデンの槍とマリアン砲が直撃しているはずですので修復を優先している可能性もあります
She's likely performing repairs after sustaining hits from Eden's spear and Marion cannon.
もしくは怯えて様子を見ることにしたのかもしれませんね
Or perchance she is afeared and doth but watch how events unfold.
想像力が豊かすぎるのは考えものだな
Your overactive imagination will be your downfall, monk.
言ってみただけです
Trust for the thought I voiced.
外の分身どもはどうするつもりだ
What's your plan for those clones out there?
ひとまずはこのままですエデンには受け入れていただけないでしょうからね
For now, I shall leave them thus, for it is not possible to bring them into Eden.
そうだなこれ以上得体の知れないものを増やしたくはない
Right, I refuse to let any more unknowns inside.
全員次の命令があるまで整備と同時に警戒を怠るな
Everyone perform maintenance and remain vigilant until further orders.
ヨハンそれからインヘルトの皆様方
Young hero and maidens of inherit.
よろしければ私と少し話をしませんか？
If it so pleases thee, I would fain converse with thee for but a moment.
いいだろ
Very well. Others heard thee.
ヨハン、言いたいことがあるのでは？
Young hero, is there aught thou wouldst say?
う。何の話だ
What nonsense are you spouting?
マリアンがお前たちにとってどのような存在かは知らないが、クイーンはクイーン。
I cannot fathom the significance that young Lady Marin holds for thee. Yet a queen is still a queen.
クイーンの存在は許されない。エデンの勇者は悪しきクイーンを打ち倒す。エデン万歳。そういったことです。
The queen is not to be forgiven. Eden's warriors shall slay the wicked queen without fail, or something of the sort.
選択の余地があるのかしら？
What choice do we have?
ないでしょうね。
None, verily.
そう。私たちはより好みしている場合ではないの。
You see, we've got no choice.
私たちの存在を脅かすものが空の上にある。
The queen's right there. A threat plain as day.
遥かな空の上から無慈悲に光を降らせるクイーンがね。
And casually firing beams from heights most weapons couldn't even dream of reaching.
そしてどういう事情かは知らないけれど、彼女はその攻撃を跳ね返してくれた。
And for reasons I can't quite figure, Marion sent it right back.
戦力になるどころか、戦況を一人で変える力を持っているの。
Not just a little push, she hit it with enough force to actually tip the scales of the battle.
それに
And
マリアンと敵対すれば、その瞬間からパイオニアとクラウンたちも敵に回すことになるでしょうね。
if we try to move against Marion, we'll end up fighting both the pioneers and the Crown Kingdom.
この状況で仲間割れなんて致命的よ。
Fight among ourselves right now could be the end of us.
マリアンは今のところ脅威にならない。
Marion isn't a problem for now.
先のことは知らないが、今は優先するべきことがある。
That can change later, but for the moment she isn't.
戦力として使えるものは全て使う。
Therefore, we'll exploit her fully.
だが、あえて言いたいことがあるとするなら、彼女が正体を隠そうと迷った弱さのせいで。
What I want is to reproach English hard. What I want is to reproach Marion for the pathetic weakness that made her conceal her true identity.
エデンへの到着が遅れ、その時間差がノアの損失につながった。
Well, you're like a tad bit salty, aren't you? Because of it, she arrived late to Eden and we lost Noah.
だが本人に言おうとは思わない。
But I won't speak of it.
私に彼女の苦悩は計り知れない。軽々しく問い詰めるべきことではないだろう。
I can't gauge the depth of her struggles, so I won't speak lightly of them.
一言だけよろしいでしょうか？
Permit me to add but one word.
好きにしろ。
Go ahead.
マリアンをクイーンにするため、どうか力をお貸しください。
Pray, lend thy strength that we might raise young Lady Marion to the throne of Queen.
彼女が言うような互いに愛し合える世界が訪れるとでも信じているのか。
Do you believe the world Marion spoke of, one where all will love one another, will ever come?
そうだと思いますか？
Such a thing shall never come to pass.
やはりお前も似たようなものか。
You're no different from them, monk.
いや、それ以下だ。
No, you're worse.
救いようのないクズめ。
Utter scum.
おや、すでにお教えしていたはずですが。
Did I not say it ere?
私は勝つためなら手段は選ばぬ覚悟です。
Verily, this humble self shall do whatever is needful to achieve victory. What do you mean by that, ma'am?
とはいえ、エデンもマリアンには手を出そうとしないでしょ
You're not gonna touch Marion under my watch. Hell nah. They didn't want make a move against Marion.
手を出せないという方が正確ですね。
Rather, it's more accurate to say they simply can't.
不安要素となるのはナユタ。
The one we should be watching is Naita.
確証はありませんが、まだ何か隠しているような気がするのです。
It's just a hunch, but I believe she has another agenda.
何か隠してるって？マリアンは自分がクイーンになるか因子を吸収されて死ぬかじゃなかった？
What other agenda could she have? The two possibilities are either Marion becomes queen, or she gets killed when the queen gene is taken from her.
それはそうです。ですが、
Yes, but...
マリアンをそそのかしたのはナユタに違いありません。
I have a feeling that Naita was the one who planted the idea in Marion's head.
結果、マリアンには頼もしい保護者ができました。彼女がクイーン・マリアンだと知った上で守るものが。
Because of that, she arranged some strong protectors for Marion, not just for Marion herself, but for Queen Marion.
わざわざそう仕向ける理由は。
There's no reason for her to be that proactive otherwise.
同盟を結んでるんじゃなかったの？
Weren't you allies?
取り決めはありますが、最終的な目的は異なりますから。
We are, but our ultimate goals differ.
私の望むものは操り人形としてのクイーン。ナユタの望みはクイーンのいない地上です。
I require a puppet queen, whereas Naita desires a surface without one.
操り人形のクイーンはナユタからすれば話の通じるクイーンとも言えます。それで手を結ぶことにしたのでしょう。
From Naita's perspective, a queen under my control is still one she can negotiate with, which is why we formed an alliance.
もしその時が来たら、ナユタと話し合うの？
When the time comes, will you agree to Naita's terms?
そうですね。断る理由もありませんし。
Of course, there's no reason I wouldn't.
じゃあ、ナユタはそのために頑張ってるだけじゃない？
That explains why Naita is being so proactive.
ま、いずれわかることでしょう。
Well, we shall see soon enough.
それにしても面白い眺めではありませんか？
But isn't that quite a sight?
ナユタと全く同じ姿の人間もどきがああして陣を構えている様子は。
All those Naita lookalikes assemble just like that.
私はちょっと気味悪く感じるかな。
I find it a bit unsettling.
ですが、威圧効果はあります。
It's effective, that much is certain.
偉大で慈しみ深い我がお母様と来たら、また怯えて遠くから様子を伺うだけになったでしょう。
The great and merciful mother is scared stiff again, merely watching from afar.
まったく
Honestly,
実に情けない臆病者です。
it's utterly pathetic.
これは難しいですね。集積していたエブラ粒子を使い果たしてしまっているとは。
This stuff proved a difficult matter. All the alpha particles I had gathered are now exhausted.
こんな大決戦の時にネイキッドキングを使えないとは無念なのだ。
The NIKKE King may not be used upon this battlefield. A shame it is.
構いませんわ、チャイム。そのようなものに頼らずとも私は強いのですから。
It's alright, Chime. I remain strong even without it.
それは十分に承知しております。
I know it well, of course.
しかし、お嬢様の圧倒的なご意向が再び目にできる機会を逃してしまったかと思うと。
Yet to think that I might never gaze upon thy majestic presence again.
全く使いようがないわけではありません。
Verily, all hope is not utterly lost.
一瞬、ほんの一瞬であれば、かき集めたエブラ粒子をどうにか熱衝撃波に転換できるでしょう。
For but an instant mass bleeding, I could transmute the other particles thus scattered into a heat shockwave.
ただ、おすすめはできませんね。
Are you the one that gave them the naked crown cloak? Yes, I would not cancel such a course.
一度手をかざせば使い切り、副作用だけは一人前となりますから。
With but a single motion shall all be spent, the ill effects shall descend upon thee in their full measure.
それでも頼むのだ。万一の備えというやつなのだ。
Still best have it ready, for it may yet serve in times of dire need, so say I.
それはそうだ。他に面白そうな宝具はないのだ。
How what curious things hast thou found?
せっかくなら、今度は私が使えるものが欲しいのだ。
I should be pleased were this one meant for me.
ありませんね。私とて何でも好きなように出せるわけではありませんよ。
Nay, I am no coffer that doth spit forth riches at a mere tap.
何？違ったのだ。
Eh? Was it not thus?
とんでもない。
Nay, verily. Hepin leans against the railing, gazing out at the night that filled the space before Eden.
先ほどの激戦で820の私を失った。
Lamentably, I lost 820 of them in the preceding fray.
予想より少なくてよかったですね。
'Twas fewer than I had feared, for which I am relieved.
予想より多くて大
There's so
変
many
で
of
す
them.
ね。
Yet 'tis more than I had hoped, a grievous matter indeed.
おや、蝶が飛んでいる。
So many of them. Behold yonder a butterfly.
こちらの私はなぜこんなに声が大きいのか。
Pray, why dost thou make such a loud clamor?
滝のそばに長い間とどまっていたせいで、聴覚センサーに不具合があるそうで。
I've heard thy auditory sensor suffered ill from thy long sojourn besides a waterfall.
そちらの私は見たところ、銃をお使いのようで。
Thou seemest
使い
skilled
心地は
with
いかがで
firearms.
すか？
Pray, are they of any worth?
西の湖には怪物が住んでいるようです。
In the western lake lurks a fearsome beast.
銃よりも槍の方が素晴らしいですよ。試しに振ってごらんなさい。
A spear far surpasses a gun. Take this, and do give it a whirl.
銃に槍？いやいや、爆弾が一番ですね。よもや私の活躍を見ておられない？
I feel like I'm losing brain cells in this crowd. Yet truly, whether spear or gun, explosives reign supreme. Dost thou not witness mine prowess in action?
おっと、2日間も空腹で過ごしていたら、お腹と背中がくっつきそうですね。
2 days without sustenance, mine belly clings to mine spine.
知っていますか？おじかは冬に自分の角を切り落とすのです。この目で見ました。
Dost thou know this curious fact? The male deer casts off his antlers in winter. I have seen it with mine own eyes.
これを見てください。私が遠くの湖の底で手に入れた金の斧なのですが。
Behold, here is a golden axe I did pull forth from beneath the lake.
うっかり溶岩を踏んで
What's
しまい、
happening?
足首を失いました。
I did misstep upon the lava, and an ankle I have lost.
余っている眼球をお持ちの私はいませんか？
Really, does any among thee possess a spare eyeball? What happened to it?
頭がおかしくなりそう。
I feel like I'm about to lose my mind.
パピヨン、休憩は終わりましたか？
Papillion, your break is over, isn't it?
すぐ行くわ。
Coming.
ところで、長距離通信っていつ復旧しそう？
But when will long-range comms be restored?
でに復旧しています。
It's already been restored.
本当？ずいぶん早いわね。
Really? That's fast.
エデンの各施設と機能はあえて連動させず、できる限り独立するように設計されていますから。
Needless to fucking Vendaville is very entertaining. Yeah, fair enough. Each of Eden's facilities and functions was designed to operate as independently as possible, minimizing reliance on external systems.
じゃあもう外に連絡できるってことよね。
So that means we can get in touch with outside.
残念ながらそれは不可能です。
Regrettably, that is impossible.
クイーンの通信妨害を受けています。
The Queen is jamming our systems.
ほんと最悪ね。
This sucks.
結局今は荷物運びぐらいしかすることが。
Looks like hauling supplies is all I can do for now.
衝撃に備えてください。
Brace for impact.
攻撃が来ます。
Attack incoming. What? Pavilion hurriedly ducks under the railing and looks across. Countless red lights are flying toward Eden. Here you go again. Neither like no other.
状況は
How doth the situation fare?
見ればわかるだろう。クイーンから光学兵器の一斉射撃を受けている。
Isn't it obvious the Queen is bombarding Eden with her beam?
エデンは持ちますか？
Is all well with Eden?
聖女がエデンに広くシールドを展開している。すべてを防ぐとはいかないが有効だ。
The shield over all of Eden is holding. Not all attacks are blocked, but sufficiently effective.
あの強力なビーム砲だけではなかったということですか？
So it doth pale before that savage beam of yore.
ああ。エデンの槍とマリアン砲。マリアンの反射が効いたの。
Right, that means Eden's Sphere and Marion's Counter-Strike were effective.
クイーンは今のところあの大型ビーム砲を使用できない。
The Queen can't use her large caliber beam for now.
あるいは反射されることを恐れて使えないのかもしれませんね。
Perchance she doth concern herself, mindful of young Lady Marion's Counter-Strike.
だから大きな一発ではなく小さいものを大量に撃ってきている。
Therefore, she chose us not a single mighty blow, but many lesser ones.
いずれにせよこれは牽制に違いありません。
In either case, 'tis certain the Queen seeketh to curb our movements.
そうだな。恐れているという見方も間違いではないかもしれない。
So it seems that your observation that the Queen is afraid may be correct.
これだけの兵力差と自身の圧倒的な能力がありながら回りくどい手を使っている。
Even with her overwhelming forces and power, she still restrains herself.
撃って出ましょう。
Let us advance.
分身はどれだけ残っている？
How many clones remain?
防衛戦を生き残ったのは1000と180。
Barely those who survived the recent defensive battle number 1,180.
試す価値はある。
This is doable.
インディビディアとトーカティブはインヘルト、パイオニア、バイスリッターで対処できる。
Individual Chatterbox can be countered by Inherit, Pioneer, and White Knight.
そうですね。特殊戦力同士をぶつけて残りの相当を私が引き受ければ。
Verily, should our special forces confront theirs and the lesser foes be entrusted unto mine replicas.
クイーンの足元まではたどり着けるでしょう。
Thus shall we reach the place where the Queen abideth.
問題はクイーンをいかにして引きずり下ろすか。
The problem verily lieth in how shall we draw the Queen within our grasp.
以前大クジラを引きずり下ろしたという鎖は
Are the chains by which we erstwhile dragged down the white giant no longer serviceable?
射程が足りない。おそらくそこまで計算の上で効果地点を決めているのだろう。
She's out of range. No doubt she accounted for that when choosing her drop point.
これは本当に怯えているのやも。
So it is she is afeared.
それにしてもキリがありませんね。
She doth fire most vigorously, verily.
偵察に出たイザベルはまだ？
When shall young Lady Isabel return from her scouting?
もうすぐ戻るはずだ。
She'll be back soon.
イザベルがそちらに墜落します。
Isabel is following your way.
なんと
What sayest thou? See what? Did she just go splat? Isabel plummets into the runway with a loud crash. Commander,
負傷レベル
how bad is the damage?
大したことはありません。
I'm
フェザーを2機損失しただけです。
fine. Just lost 2 feathers. Isabel struggles to get up.
このビームにやられたのか
Did you get hit by the beam?
いいえ、
No. 10 minutes ago. Isabel flies through the air, dodging the Queen's continuous stream of beams. More water. There are many of them, but their trajectory and timing are consistent.
ただの牽制射撃。それ以上でも以下でもない。
These are just to keep us in check.
問題は
The problem is, Isabel rolls to evade another beam. Far ahead, the Queen looms in the distance. Below her, raptors press in tight, shoulder to shoulder. And still they come, pouring in ceaselessly from the distant edges of the battlefield.
多すぎる。
There are just too many. Isabel looks to the Queen once more. Dozens of thick cables snake from her body, trailing upward and vanishing into the clouds above. Curiosity grips her. She wants to know what those wires are connected to. She ascends. Her sensors flare with warnings, her temperature and pressure readings in chaos. But she has time. Just enough. Isabel surges upward, breaking through the clouds.
あれは何？
The fuck? What's this? A massive black object is tethered to the Queen by thick, winding cables. Did she bring the whole station with her? Its purpose is unclear. It's just a dark, hulking mass with no discernible form. From 2 open cavities, smoke curls upward, lit by bursts of erratic sparks.
エデンの槍とマリアン砲の跡。
Are those from Eden's Sphere and Mari Cannon?
それならこれは
This must be. The black mass opens its eyes. Or at least, that's how it feels to Isabel. Dozens of glowing red cores reveal themselves across its surface. Instinct takes over, she whips her body around. Just as the cores begin to fire in unison, a beam grazes her, instantly melting one of her feathers to vapor. She drops altitude, weaving through the deadly rain of beams. Heat sensors blare non-stop, but they mean nothing now. Reflex takes over. She dodges on instinct alone, accelerating with everything she's got.
形は面影もありませんでしたが、あれはどう考えてもステーションです。
The shape has changed a lot, but that was definitely the space station, I'm sure of it.
というと宇宙ステーションのことですか？
Her, that was speaking of the orbital forge.
え
Yes,
宇宙ステーションが要塞に改造されているわ。
the Queen is currently linked to it.
クイーンはそれに接続されていたの。
And the space station's been retrofitted as a fortress.
軌道を漂っていた宇宙ステーションごと降りてきた。
She has descended with the orbital forge still whole.
その上要塞か。とすれば不可思議な出力の説明もつく。
Rotted into a fortress. Verily, such prodigious firepower is thus accounted for.
かなりダメージがありそうだけど、高度の維持ぐらいは問題なくできるよね。
The fortress looks badly damaged, but it's holding its altitude just fine.
それから大量の迎撃兵器を確認したわ。
It's packed with multiple automated interception weapons.
多分一定距離まで近づくと起動する自律兵器ね。
The moment I got too close, it started firing beams.
どうにか逃げてきたけど、あんなものがあったら単独での接近は無理よ。
I managed to dodge and pull back, but there's no way I can take it on alone.
射程距離は分からなかったけど、地上までは余裕を持って届くでしょうね。
I'm not sure how far those weapons reach, but they can easily hit the surface.
隙がないな。
This is vexing.
全くです。ひたすら安全策を選んでいる様子。
Barely, she does pursue not but the safest course.
物量を頼みに押してくるか、積極的な攻めの動きを見せてくるなら付け入りようもありますが。
Should the queen unleash her full force, or any other stratagem of aggression, perchance we might catch her unawares.
向こうは己の有利を存分に活用している。盤石の構えです。
Yet she may get full use of her advantage, restraining herself all the same. Most vexing barely.
長引かせれば勝ち目はありません。あちらは回復し、ラプチャーも押し寄せる。私たちは
Should we allow this affair to linger, defeat shall befall us. She shall continue her convalescence and gather raptures, whilst we
どうにか短期決戦の手を打たね
must needs bring this matter to a close with all haste.
仙人、
Monk,
お前の分身とやらに人格はあるのか？
are all your clones sentient?
いや、それ以上の答えは不要だ。
Enough, say no more.
全員揃っているな。
Everyone gather.
現在の状況を整理する。
Here's the current situation.
クイーンは宇宙ステーションと接続されていることが確認された。
Part of the space station is confirmed to be linked to the Queen.
今は雲に隠れて目視できないが、要塞化されている。
It is concealed above the clouds and has been remodeled into a fortress.
迎撃能力も有し、偵察したイサベルがビーム砲軍の攻撃を受けた。
Any attempt to approach is met with automated interception fire.
迎撃兵器に関しては射程距離は地上まで及ぶものの、エデンは射程外と思われる。
This range easily reaches the surface, though not Eden.
現在のところクイーンは我々が接近できないよう徹底して防御を固め、ラプチャーを集結させている。
The Queen has fortified her position to block all access while she gathers raptures.
絶対の戦力差が生まれるまでラプチャーを集め、その後に攻撃を開始するつもりだろう。
Once she deems their number sufficient, she will launch her offense.
さらに全員分かっていると思うが、
Furthermore, as you all know,
この通り遠距離からの射撃によってシールドの外には迂闊に出られない。
she has been firing long-range beams repeatedly, making it impossible to leave the monk's shield.
こちらは身動きが取れず前に進むこともできない状態だ。
We are trapped. We cannot advance.
一方のクイーンはラプチャーを集結させると同時に自己修復を進めているだろう。
The Queen is simultaneously recovering and accumulating raptures.
時間が経つほど私たちの勝算は薄くなる。
The longer this continues, the slimmer our chances of survival.
エデンの槍の再使用には3時間必要だ。
Eden's spear will be ready in 3 hours.
それまでクイーンがおとなしくしているとも考えがたい。
I don't expect the Queen to give us that long.
じゃあどうするの？もう
Then, what should we do?
さっさと逃げた方がいいじゃない？
Shouldn't we retreat?
それも選択肢のうちだ。
That's one of the options.
私の辞書に交代の2文字はありません。
Retreat does not exist in my vocabulary.
おっしゃる通りでございます。後ろを向いて前進することはあっても後退などありえません。
Aye, we may turn about and march onward, but retreat? Tis not that I know.
それを交代って言うんじゃ。
Isn't that retreat?
ここで引き下がれば次の機会があるかもわからない。
If we fall back now, who knows when we'll get another chance at the Queen.
時が経てばクイーンの戦力は強化される。
Meanwhile, her forces will only grow stronger.
しかし近づくことさえできぬのであろう。
Yet now doth she suffer us not to draw Old English. Yet now doth she suffer us not to draw nigh.
地にはラプチャーとヘレティック、空にはクイーンと要塞と来られては。
Upon the ground lie raptors and heretics. In the heavens abide the queen and the station.
空からの接近も不可能ね。
An aerial approach is out of the question.
迎撃兵器の数が多すぎるし、精度も高かったわ。私でも避け切るのが難しかったもの。
There are too many interception weapons, and they're all far too precise. Not even I could dodge them.
ストームブリンガーも5機以上確認されているし、輸送機での接近は自殺も同然よ。
Over 5 Stormbringers have been spotted. Approaching in a transport ship would be suicide.
打つ手がないようね、ヨハン。
Johan, it seems we have no means left at our disposal.
それでどうするつもり？私たちの指揮官は。
What do you intend to do, my commander?
私が先頭に立ちます。
I'll take the lead.
クイーンの攻撃は全て受け止められるはずです。
I can withstand all of the Queen's attacks.
私が盾になる形で隊列を組んで着実に近づいていけば。
You can form up around me and advance slowly.
ヘレティックやラプチャーがそれを許さないでしょうね。単独で要塞の攻撃を抑えきれるかどうかも。
Yet do heretics and raptors abide, and thou alone, young Lady Marion, canst not withstand the multitude of those automated interception armaments.
マリアン、あなたはできる限り力を温存してください。何が起こるとしても、あなたには生きてもらう必要があります。
Take heed of thy safety, young Lady Marion. Should all go awry, thou alone must survive.
そういうわけには。
There's no way I could.
エデンを捨てる。
We are abandoning Eden.
ここから逃げるってこと？
So, we're retreating.
そうね、立派な決断よ。いくらチャンスでも引くときは引かないと。
Yeah, that's a good idea. No matter how important this place is, when it's time to retreat, you
エ
retreat.
デンの主導力源にカフカを引き起こし自爆させる。
We'll overload Eden's main power source and trigger a self-destruction.
半径 10km は焼け野原にできるだろう。
Everything within 10 kilometers will be reduced to rubble.
そのために奴らを最大限引きつける。
We'll lure them in as close as possible, then detonate.
後のことはあいつに託す。
And we'll leave the rest up to him.
それ以上の方法は思いつきません。
It seems that's the only way for now.
ええ、そうね。かすり傷ぐらいはつけておきたいわ。
Even a mere scratch would please me.
何言ってんのよ。なるべく引きつけてから自爆する。
Do you want to martyr? What are you talking about? You want to lure them in and self-destruct?
そんなこと誰がやるの？引き寄せて。その人はどうするのよ。
Who's supposed to do the luring, and what happens to the poor soul who actually does it?
インヘルトが引きつける。エデンの槍の発射を偽装することも視野に入れておく。
Inherit to lure them in. Feigning the launch of Eden's spear is an option.
それ以外の全員は現時刻をもって
The
直
rest
ちに離脱してくれ。
withdraw at once. Yeah, no.
私にアイディアがあるわ。すっごく速いラクダがいたでしょ。あれ貸してよ。
Alien. I'll go Naita, can I borrow that insanely fast camel of yours?
私がアークに支援を要請してくる
That's
から。
not an option. I'll go and ask the Ark for support.
その方がいいんじゃない？自爆して終わりなんて惨めすぎるでしょ。
Sounds way better than blowing ourselves up, don't you think?
アークの手は借りない。
We don't need the Ark's help.
死んじゃうのよ。意地を張ってる場合じゃないわ。
What nonsense is that when we're about to die? We have to survive first.
ただ生きるより大切なことがある。
There are things more important than mere survival.
いい加減にしてよ。命より大事なものなんてある？
Would you cut it out with that crazy talk? What could possibly matter more than staying alive?
ある。
There is.
そんなのこの世の中のどこに？
There's no way something like that exists.
ヨハ
Young hero Johan.
ン、もう一つ考えている方法があるでしょう。
There remains another course.
それは選択肢に入れていない。
As not an option.
いいえ、すでに何度この言葉をお聞かせしたか覚えていませんが、もう一度言わせていただきます。
This humble one knows not how often these words have been spoken unto thee, young hero Johan. Yet once more shall they be uttered.
私は、いえ、
I, nay,
私たちは
we
勝つためなら手段は選ばぬ覚悟だと。
shall do whatever so is needed to prevail. Please don't sacrifice inherit. The monk dashes forward, staff gripped tightly in hand. Dodging the crimson light pouring from above and ahead, she swings her staff at the rapture before her. The rapture's armor shatters, revealing the core beneath. Without pause, she drives the staff deep into it. Even as another rapture lunges from the side, her eyes snap toward it. The staff follows, arcing in a swift, practiced strike. The crimson light engulfs her for a body, melting it away without a trace. Blue flames bloom across what remains of her, leaving behind only a shimmer of golden particles. Oh, that art's nice. Any, like, ink stroke art I really like. If my model didn't give that away already. The golden particles scatter like dust in the wind, drifting far before entering the monk, who is seated calmly in meditation. Memories begin to flow in. That clone once had a herd of deer she cared for. She fed them, tended to the fawns, and protected them from predators. One newborn fawn was in poor health, and she watched over it with utmost care. The fawn clung to the clone as she were its mother, and the doe regarded her as family. The image of the fawn growing up, the longing for the herd, and the soon pain when the upper body melted away, all came through in full force. NIKKE erases the memory, leaving only information about the terrain. Like a raging warlord, another monk tears through the horde of rapture. Along the path forward, 20 have already fallen, crushed beneath unstoppable might. Though she left an arm to the crimson light blazing ahead, she presses on without pause. Narrowly dodging the fiery beams raining down from above, she loses her footing and collapses. The rapture's legs slam down, crushing her. Blue flames bloom across what remains of her, leaving behind only a shimmer of golden particles. The golden particles scatter like dust in the wind, drifting far before entering the monk, who is seated calmly in meditation. Memories begin to flow in. That clone had once met and lost NIKKE by chance, and taken on the role of guiding her north. The sudden ambush by a swarm of raptures claimed the NIKKE's life. The clone could only curse at her own powerlessness. She pushed herself through endless training, determined to prevent it from ever happening again. NIKKE erases the memory, leaving only information about the martial techniques. Not marriage. The memory of a clone who broke down in tears before a grave of someone whose name she never knew. The memory of a clone who lived her entire life consumed by hatred, killing raptors and nothing more. The memory of a clone who befriended a scarecrow in a wheat field and promised she would return. The memory of a clone who built a house by the sea and spent her days staring endlessly at the waves. All these memories flow into NIKKE, but she erases all the personal memories of each clone. Tears fall. She mourns the traces left by those countless clones. She grieves, knowing she is too small a vessel to hold all their memories, so she laments and erases them. And as the tears fall, she watches helplessly, as countless clones, each living their own life, yet so like herself, vanished into red light. And all the while they charged toward the horde of raptures. 20 minutes ago.
私の分身で総攻撃を仕掛け、ラプチャーと戦わせると同時に
So I dispatched all my replicas in unison to charge, that they may at once contend with the raptures,
クイーンの攻撃からの盾にします。
and serve as bulwarks against the Queen's interception arms.
盾にするとはどういう意味だ。
What do you mean by a shield?
まさか分身を。
Surely thou art not.
迎撃兵器はあっても1000門は超えないでしょう。
The muzzles of these automatic armaments number scarcely 1,000.
射程内に飛び込ませ、迎撃兵器に
Should we draw nigh? My replicas shall serve as
撃たせます。
the bait.
使い捨てようというのかい。
Surely thou meanest not to use thy replicas as naught but cannon fodder.
いかにも
Fairly so.
正気の沙汰とは思えないね。
A most reckless deed.
意味のない犠牲だ。得られるものがない。
A pointless sacrifice. Nothing will come of it.
得られるものはあります。
Surely there is.
迎撃兵器が分身たちに向けられている間に
Whilst all automated interceptors do assail my replicas,
宇宙ステーションを狙える。
'tis thy task to lay waste onto the orbital forge.
よもや人倫にも取るとお考えですか。
Pray, dost thou deem this inhumane?
よくわかったな。
Yes.
ご心配なく、私の妊婦から増殖させた分身はそれぞれ独自に学習をしていきますが、
Fret not. Mine replicas are wrought from my nymph, though each has lived their own separate
人
experiences.
格を持つと言えるほどのものではありません。
They lack the refinement to be deemed full-fledged personalities.
単に私の形をした機械と変わりない。
Regard them as mere mechanical effigies in mine likeness.
ですので、そこまで気に病んでいただく必要はありません。
There need to be no concern for them.
そうか。
Fine.
お前がそう言ったと信じるしかない。
I'll trust you, Monk. That is a lie, based on what we just saw.
オンに来ます、ヨハ
I thank thee, young hero Johan.
ン。では、分身がクイーンに向けて突撃した後、その後ろに続いてください。
Once I send forth my replicas toward the Queen, I beseech thee to follow closely in their wake.
勝機は一度限りです。
We possess but a single opportunity.
迎撃兵器がおとりに向けられている間に、
While the intercepting arms are fixed upon the ground forces,
宇宙ステーションを無力化してください。
direct thine efforts to render the orbital forge powerless.
それさえなれば、全戦力が制限されず、戦えるようになります。
Upon its destruction, we shall pour forth the entirety of our prowess.
ハラン、
Han?
ええ、
I know.
それができる者は私たちの他にいないわね。
None but you and I can do this. At present, Isabel is flying alongside Haran.
もうすぐよ。
Is the backshot of the ass necessary in this scene? He'll be near the space station shortly.
見えているわ。
Yeah, I can see it.
たやすい相手ではないでしょうね。
This will not be easy.
でもできるでしょ。
You manage it, won't you?
当然ね。
Of course. Isabel picks up speed. The space station looms ever closer. Its colossal structure growing more imposing by the second. I say imposing. Not auto. Imposing. I can English. Why did I read it like that? My head is very empty, and there is silence in there. Its colossal structure growing more imposing by the second, as they draw even nearer. Some of the countless red cores have been looking down, turned their gaze toward Isabel and Haran.
見つかったようね。
We've been spotted.
ここまで近づけば突破できるわ。
We can break through from here.
しっかり捕まって。
Hang on tight.
ええ。行くわよ。
Alright, let's go. Those two are gonna die, aren't they? Bring the grace to sky. I don't like the sound of that. Moments before the assault on the Queen's space station.
私が行く。
I'll go.
殲滅戦なら私の方が得意だ。
I'm better at annihilation battles than you.
勘違いしているようね、スノーホワイト。
You're deluding yourself, Snow White.
お前は戦い方が上手なだけ。性能だけでは私と比べ物にならないわ。
You may fight well, but by raw specs, you're no match for me.
この戦いは技量の勝負にならない。単純な力比べよ。
Your space station is no match for your clever tricks. It will be a contest of raw strength.
それに、あまり重いとイサベルが大変だもの。
And I have no intention of making Isabel carry someone as heavy as you.
ハラン、
Haran,
死ぬかもしれないぞ。
you might die.
それなら、なおさら私が行くべきね。
That's precisely why I should go.
お前たちは、最後まで生き残りなさい。
You, all of you, must survive until the very end.
なんと言っても、
You're...
お前たちほど狂っている者はいないもの。
utterly mad after all.
エデンのやり方よりも、お前たちのやり方の方が立派だと思うわ。
And deem your way
それが理
superior
想
to
的なので
Eden's.
すよね。
An ideal indeed.
それでも私たちはアークを許せない。お前たちはアークを許した。
Yet you have forgiven the Ark. Something we can never bring ourselves to do.
より狂気に近いのはどちらかしら。
In that you are the madder ones.
アークを憎むでもなく、愛していながら手も伸ばさず、迷惑が及ばないよう何もかも自分たちだけで解決しようとする。
You neither despise the Ark nor cherish it enough to extend a hand. And still you burden yourselves with its troubles, sparing them even the smallest inconvenience.
正気でいてはできないことよ。
Only one truly consumed by madness could live so.
そんなお前たちのありようこそがなりたかった自分の姿だったというのに、私はそこへ至ることができなかった。
That very madness is my ideal, but I am not as mad as you.
個人的な感情を大義のために捨てることができなかったか
I cannot cast aside my own feelings for the sake of some greater design.
ら。お前たちは真に誇り高き称号を背負うに値する存在よ。
You are most worthy of bearing that glorious title. Of that there can be no doubt.
私たちに手が届かない。
As for us, we shall never claim it.
残念な気もするけれど仕方ないでしょ。
How
私たち
lamentable.
はそこまで狂い切ることができなかっ
Yet what can be done? We are not quite so mad as you.
た。お前たちはそのままでいなさい。誇り高き称号を背負い、名前通りに誰より先をかけるものとなって。
So remain as you are, mad, bear that glorious title, become true pioneers, as your very name proclaims.
その背中で見る者たちを熱狂させるのに、
Drive all who follow you mad.
世界というものは大抵どこかおかしな人たちが変えていくものだから。
For it is always the mad who change the world.
その代わりクイーンのことは任せたわ。
I'll leave the queen to you all.
必ずあいつの首を落としなさい。
See to it that her head strikes the ground.
約束しよ
I promise. They're going into this
行くのかね？
expecting to die. So thou art going.
ええ、私にしかできないことだから
Yes, this is something only I can do.
その前に一杯どうだい？
Wilt thou quaff a cup before thou takest thy leave?
飲酒運転はしたくないわ。
Sorry, no drunk driving.
それもそうだ。ではとびきりのものを用意しておくとしよ
Aye, then I shall ready me one of my choicest bottles.
う。戻ってからなら問題あるまい。
When thou returnest, we shall quaff a cup together.
戻ると思うの？
You really think I'll come back?
おや、戻らないつもりかい？
Oh, what's thy desire to perish so?
そのつもりはないけど、見込みは薄いわ。
I'm not planning on it, but the chances of survival are slim.
一人で飲むには多すぎるのでね。
'Tis a mighty draught for one to quaff alone, methinks.
それなら残しておいて。
Then don't drink it just yet. Save it.
あなたがそう言うからにはきっと美味しいのでしょ？
If you're bragging that it's so good, it must be really something.
ああ、待っているよ。
Aye, I shall be waiting.
ブーンを祈る。
Off with thee then.
ええ。
Okay. Scarlet walks away.
パピオン。
Papillion?
嘘。なんでわかったの？
Ah, you're like a ghost. How do you know I was here?
作戦が決まってからずっと私のことを見ていたでしょ？
You haven't stopped staring at me ever since the mission was decided.
言いたいことがあるんじゃないの？
Weren't you going to say something to me?
どうだったかしら。よくわかんない。忘れちゃった。
Well, I don't really know. Must have slipped my mind.
パピオン。
Papillion,
アークに帰って。
go back to the Ark.
ここから先は守る戦いじゃないわ。捨て身の戦いよ。
This isn't a defensive mission anymore, it's an all-out assault.
巻き込まれたあなたまで命を懸ける必要はないわ。
You don't need to risk your life just because you're a hostage.
あれだけ私を疑っといて解放するって？
You haven't trusted me this entire time and now you're letting me go.
体に爆弾でも埋め込んだ？アークに行ったらドカーンとか？
Did you plant a bomb on me or something? I'm not gonna blow up when I get to the Ark, am I?
悪くないアイディアね。
That's actually a good idea.
疑ってたのは事実よ。
I admit I doubted you.
あなたはいかにも軽薄で欲が深そうな人に見えたから。
You came across as frivolous and entirely self-absorbed.
今だって同じでしょ？
I don't anymore.
あなたは逃げてないわ。
You didn't run.
なぜかは知らないけど、ここにいることを選んだ。
I don't know why, but you didn't.
そして私たちと一緒に戦った。
You stood your ground and fought with us.
こんな状況だからかしら。それが眩しく見えたの。
Maybe it was a desperation of the moment, but I really liked seeing that.
だから解放してあげるわ。
That's why I'm letting you go.
あなたに死んでほしくないから。
I don't want you to die.
それだけのことで戦友だとでも思い始めたの？
You've actually developed some camaraderie in such a short time.
そうかもしれないわね。
Maybe.
ええ、きっとそう。他のみんなもそう感じているはずよ。
No, actually, yeah. I think everyone feels the same.
あなたたち本当に甘いのね。
Well, aren't you easy to please?
そう見えるかもしれないわね。
It may seem that way to you.
言って。
Go on, then.
ただし一つだけ約束してちょうだい。
But promise me one thing.
アークに帰って何を話しても構わないわ。
You can tell the Ark whatever you want.
でもエデンのことは秘密にして。
Just don't say a word about Eden.
ここは私たちが楽園を作ろうとした場所だから。
This place was built by people who dreamed of paradise.
誰にも踏み荒らされたくないの。
And I don't want anyone trampling through it.
お願いできる？
Can you promise me that?
なら私を殺しておいた方がいいんじゃない？
Wouldn't it be better if you just killed me?
それができそうにないから聞いてるの。あなたはいい人だと思うから。
It's not easy, but I'm doing it because you seem like a good person.
私が
Me?
私はスパイなのよ。
But I'm a spy.
自分が得するためなら約束なんていくらでも破るわ。
I side with whoever gives me the most benefit.
自分で考えているよりずっといい人よあなた。
You're a much better person than you give yourself credit for.
約束はしたことにするわね。
I'll take that as your promise.
脱出ルートを送っておいたわ。
I've just sent you a safe route.
一人なら無理なく抜け出せるはずよ。
If you're alone, you should be able to slip out of this area without much trouble.
早く行って
Go now,
生き残りなさい。
and don't die.
また会えるかしら。
Will I get to see you again?
さあね。
Hard to say. I don't have a good feeling about this. Isabel's right shoulder and arm are swallowed by a surge of crimson light. Her flight falters as parts of her upper body melts away in an instant.
あと少しよ。こらえて。
We're nearly there. Do hang in a little longer.
もちろんよ。
I will. Isabel pushes her speed even further. She feels it, her limit approaching fast until control slips away. A torrent of crimson light crashes down. When the realization hits, her lower half is gone, and her core power drops precipitously.
ハラン
Haran,
あとは任せなさい。
leave the rest to me. With what is certain to be your final burst of speed, Isabel surges into the downpour of crimson light. Her core is gonna burst, isn't it? Twisting her body mid-flight, she launches Haran into the air. Haran lands on the space station's outer wall. Should she turn back? Now only regret and rage wait there. Haran swings her scythe, breaking through the station's outer wall and leaps into the crack. Isabel watches. Once she's sure Haran has made it, she gently closes her eyes. And the crimson lights come for her in endless streams.
愛しいあなた。
Oh, don't do that to me. Darling.
あなたにもう一度。
To see you once more. Her last thought was us. The crimson light engulfs Isabel.
汚らわしい湿った場所ね。
The squalid, damp place.
醜い主には似つかわしいわ。
How perfectly it suits a hideous wretch like you. Ron swings her scythe. Powder scatters in the air.
下で戦っている私の仲間たちに感謝しなさい。
Be grateful to my comrades fighting beneath you.
お前はなるべく苦しめてやるつもりだったの。でもあの子たちの命を危うくしたくないわ。
I would have delighted in tormenting you further, but that would put their lives at risk.
面白くないけど一瞬で終わらせてあげる。
A pity, but I shall end this swiftly. Powder spreads further. Sparks jump and crackle across the space. An ominous sound reverberates all around.
特別性の捕食性自己増殖型ウイルスよ。
This is a self-replicating, predatory virus I prepared just for you.
大きいということはそれだけ餌が多いということ。あっという間に増えるでしょうね。
The more foolishly large you are, the more there is to feed on, and the more ferociously it multiplies.
もう言うこともないわ。
Now then,
落ちなさい。
fall.
お嬢様、ナユタの数が随分減ってきております。
Your Highness, methinks the Nitas in the area have dwindled greatly.
ではもうすぐ宇宙スペースが落ちてきますわね。
Crown, that's the wrong word. Then the space station will fall soon.
宇宙ステーションでございます。
It's the
しか
space
しこれだけ
station.
時が経ってもまだ何も起きないということは
Your Highness. And yet, after all this time, naught has happened.
信じるのです、チャイム。
Believe in them, Chime.
ここにいるのはクイーンを撃つため命を懸けている者たちばかり。
They have placed their very lives on the line to defeat the Queen.
奇跡とは命を懸ける者が起こすことです。
And when one stakes life itself, miracles are wont to follow. When one stakes life... Wait, what? Why is this sentence not registering in my brain? And when one stakes lights itself, miracles are wont to follow. Sure.
私が愚かでございました。この不祥チャイム、敗北の想像にとらわれ、恐るべき妄言を吐いてしまうなど。
Understood. I, Chime, had foolishly imagined defeat and spat in nonsense.
もはや何も疑わず戦ってまいります。
I shall trust you and fight.
ええ、戦い抜きましょう。
Yes, let us do precisely that. Crown and Chime ride atop Tromb, tearing through the battlefield with unstoppable force. Fate's sweep over a sphere, Crown shatters and pierces any rapture that dares to block their path. The Chime hurls bomb after bomb, sending enemies flying in all directions. Crimson light rains down from above, but not a single one touches Tromb.
お嬢様、
Your Highness!
正面にインディビリアでございます。
Individually life before us. At the end of the rapidly changing scenery, Individually looks at Crown with a smile.
この辺りで押さえておきましょう。
Shall we hold her here?
かしこまりました。
Alrighty.
しっかり捕まっているのですよ。全速力を出します。
Hold on tight, Chime. We ride at full speed.
行きなさい、トランベ。
Forward, Tromb. Tromb slams its hooves harder into the ground, surging forward with explosive force. The acceleration is so great, the surrounding landscape dissolves into a blur. In that split second, a massive chunk of metal crashes down in Tromb's path. The impact sends a tremor through the earth, and thick dust billows up in its wake. Crown's gaze snaps skyward. Beyond the blood-red clouds, rusted, broken fragments of steel rain down like a storm. The Queen is descending, slowly, steadily, drawing closer to the surface. And then all at once, the relentless barrage of crimson light comes to a halt.
落とせたようですわね。
Seems it has fallen.
作戦成功ですね。
We did it.
宇宙ステーションの無力化を確認。
Space station neutralized.
次のプラン、大きな一撃に移行する必要があります。
Initiating death blow sequence.
どういうことでしょう。
Do you remind me, what was that again?
後方へ退却するということでございます。
Fall back. We must retreat, Your Highness.
巻き込まれたら一家の終わりでございます。
Should we be ensnared, all is lost.
ああ、そういう作戦でしたわね。
Ah, so that was the plan.
いいでしょう。後ろに。
Very well, fall back. The chunk of steel in Trom's way is sliced in half and crashes to the ground. From beyond the wreckage, Individual's tail comes whipping forward. Aimed directly at Chime's neck.
私も借りを作ったままではいられませんので。
There's still a matter of revenge I must see through. Crown turns sharply, thrusting her spear up just in time to shield Chime's side.
やはり。
Just as I thought. Individual launches a relentless assault on Chime. Air cracks with piercing shrieks as blades and spear collide in a clash of metal. Crown intercepts every strike, shielding Chime without fail.
心配ありません、チャイム。私がすべて受け止めます。
Worry not, Chime, I'm sure you are safe.
あなたはやはり誰かのために死ぬのがお似合いです。
Ah, yes, you are truly suited to die for others.
そうやって他人の命と使命を背負いながら命を落とすといい。
Continue shouldering their lives and missions until your death. The villain's blade gains terrifying speed and locks onto Chime like a predator, relentless in his pursuit. Chime curses herself for being powerless as the battle raged on before her, and yet at the same time she feels a flicker of relief. She watches the king's back, standing before her and blocking everything. Nivilia's tail sweeps in a vicious arc, aiming not at Crown but Chime behind her. It's a devastating blow. Crown sees it coming and knows that if she can block this, the moment to counter will be hers. Crown's spear meets the tail's blade. As she adjusts her stance for a swift retaliation, a strange sensation creeps over her. Her body feels sluggish.
あなたの大好きなエブラ粒子をまいておきました。ゆっくりと効いてくるように。
I've been sprinkling the alpha particles you like, letting them seep in.
お気に召しましたか?
Does it please you?
チャイム、退却を。
Chime, retreat.
させませんよ。
It's already too late. Nivilia's tail lashes towards Chime once more. The Crown steps in to block it.
でしょうね。あなたなら。
Indeed, I expected you would do that. The tail, once sweeping horizontally through the air, suddenly shifts course in a heartbeat. Its blade at the tip surges skyward, then crashes down with lethal force. Nivilia's strike buries itself into Crown's shoulder, carving a ruthless path downward. The blade doesn't stop until it slashes clean through her waist, only then does it tear free from her body. At that very moment, Nivelia steps back, putting distance between them. Your Highness!
やはりあの時のふざけた力は使えないようですね。
As I thought, that foolish power of yours is no longer yours to command.
それに喜んでください。
And congratulations.
他人のために死ねるのです。あなたにとっては本望でしょ。
To lay down your life for another, surely there is no greater honor for you. With a sharp kick, Talos sends the rapture he'd been facing flying, then charges straight at Nivelia. She lowers her stance with a smile, calm and unfazed. At that moment, Trom slams into Talos. They shall retreat.
クラウンはラプンツェルがいる。助けられるのだ。
Rapunzel is here, she shall save her at all costs.
早く退却するのだ。
Retreat! Nivelia casts a glare over her shoulder at Trump and Talos, who are trying to retreat.
呆れてしまいますね。
Preposterous.
誰が返すと言いましたか?
They give you leave to retreat. Just as Nivelia is... I guess there are two justs at the end of that sentence. Just as Nivelia is just about to dash after lowering her stance, something in the corner of her eye catches her attention and she stops.
何ですか?
What
あれは
exactly is that? Marin looks to the sky. The sky stained in crimson. Fragments of steel pour down like rain. She lets her gaze drift to the battlefield. To the Naitas who have fallen, to those still dying. To Isabel and Huron who are risking their lives. To the NIKKEs of the Crown Kingdom letting out a battle cry as they fight. To the Raptures, dying by the dozens. Everything Marion holds dear is locked in a desperate battle to the death. She feels a sorrow so heavy it presses down on her chest. At the same time, a surge of anger begins to boil within her. She lifts her head once more to the sky. Her eyes fall on the thing suspended upon the wire stretched across the clouds. The queen watches the carnage below with cold indifference.
あなたが
It's you.
あなたが
So it really was you. Black lights burst out from Marin's body. Black particles scatter into the air as the ground shakes beneath her.
あなたのせいで
Because of you.
あなたのせいで私たちは
Because of you, we...
私たちは
We... Black lights burst forth. Instinctively, Indivilius takes a step back. All of a sudden, a massive figure appears on the battlefield. Did she just transform? She knows exactly what it is, more than anyone.
巨大化
Transformation. Okay, she went Modernia.
マリアン
Young Lady Marion,
できますか
canst thou accomplish it?
気が進まないというならば無理強いはできません
If it pleases thee not, I shall not compel thee.
やりたくはありません
To be honest, I don't want to.
ラプチャーにも皆さんにも死んでほしくありません
I don't want to see anyone die, be it Raptures or any of you.
ラプチャーを殺したいとは思えません
I don't want to have to kill Raptures.
でも
But... Marin stares straight at Naida. Her eyes are so glazed with sorrow, tear streaks etched down her cheeks.
あなたの前で言えることではありません
I shouldn't be saying something like this to you, Naida.
本当は単なる機械じゃないんでしょ
Those clones of yours aren't just mechanical robots, are they?
分身はみんな生きているんですよね
They're living beings, right?
何をもって生きているとするか定義にもよるでしょうが
Verily, it doth depend upon how one doth define life itself.
一般的にはそう考えられるでしょう
Yet in the common conceit thou mayst so say.
やります
How do it?
誰もが全てをかけて自分を削りながら戦っています
Everyone out there is fighting, putting everything on the line.
私もそうしないと
I'll do the same.
全てをかけて戦います
I'll give it my all.
いけ
Fall. Giant rains bullets and missiles down on the Queen's space station. Stripping of its weaponry, the station is left utterly defenseless, unable to do anything but endure the barrage. A thunderous explosion tears through it, and its shattered components come falling down like deadly hail. Countless Raptors are obliterated beneath the crashing wreckage. The giant pulls back, then deploys the particle cannon mounted on her shoulder. Light begins to pull inside the barrel, quickly reaching critical mass. The air ripples its particles quiver, on the brink of release.
落ちて
Fall.
落ちるのはあなたです
It is you who shall fall. Having taken the form of a gigantic centipede, Indivilia unleashes a bolt of lightning. The tears through the sky stretching toward the giant's body. In an instant, Marion's massive body vanishes, as if it had never been there in the first place. What is this? Without warning, Marion's massive form appears behind the Queen's space station.
分解と再配置
Particle disassembly and reassembly.
人間もどきであることもラプチャーであることも諦めたのですかなり損ないが
So you've forsaken both your humanity and rapture selves alike, you complete abomination. The particle cannon emits a blast of light. It pierces through the station, then skims across the ground. Rapture's cons in its path shatter and melt under the searing beam.
バカだ
Curse it. The giant centipede swings its tail with crushing force. Marin's body reels from the blow, her stance faltering. In a flash, the giant centipede coils its long body around her frame and unleashes a violent surge of electricity.
このまま焼けるか、ひねり潰されるといい。
It shall either roast you as you stand or crush you outright.
お前の女王は降りたというのに、まだ空にいるのね。
Your queen has fallen and yet you still linger in the air.
図が高い進化だこと。
Truly a most disloyal servant. She has murder in her eyes. A battered Huron plummets from above and lands atop the giant centipede's head. Without the slightest hesitation, she drives her scythe into the centipede's forehead. And a surge of lightning lashes out, racing along the blade.
さあ、お前も落ちなさい。
Now it's your turn to fall. Black powder erupts like an explosion. The giant centipede's body rusts away in an instant, crumbling as if it withered by centuries. At the same time, rust begins to spread across Huron's body.
体勢を保てないほど壊れてしまったのね。
Can my immunity not keep up anymore?
まあ、いい
Very
わ、
well.
ヨハン。
Johan
私たちの指揮官。
My commander.
聞いている。
I'm listening.
私たちの仕事は終わったかしら。
Have we completed our mission then?
インヘルトは作戦目標を完遂した。
Mission complete, inherit.
そう。よかったわ。
I'm glad to hear it.
強欲だとは分かっているけど。
I'm gonna take a sip of water. I know it may be greedy of me.
最初で最後だもの。私たちにあの称号を授けてくれる。
But for the first and last time, would you bestow upon us that glorious title?
ご苦労だった。
Well done,
勝利の女神たちよ。
goddesses of victory.
悪くない気分だ。
How wonderful it is to hear.
注射あと任す。
Follower, I leave the rest. Huron crumbles into dust and vanishes. In the next moment, nothing remains. At the same time, the giant centipede also disintegrates. Freed from the armor that was the centipede, Indivilia begins to fall. As she does, she gazes up at the sky. The exploding space station, the falling queen, and the giant Marion tearing through the raptors with relentless fury. For the first time in this battle, the notion of defeat enters Indivilia's mind. Alstor Chime drives Tron at full speed across the battlefield. Thunderous crash and blinding flashes erupt behind her, but she never once looks back. Clinging desperately to what remains of Crown's tattered upper body in the seat ahead, she presses the ruined form close. Seems impossible to hold on, yet Chime refuses to let go.
お嬢様、あと少しの辛抱でございます。
Your Highness, I pray thee, hold on but a little longer.
すぐにラプンツェルのもとへ参ります。
We shall anon reach where Rapunzel dwells. Crown, don't try to speak right now.
はい、聞いております、お嬢様。
Aye, your Highness, I am listening. Crown grabs Chime's hand. Feeling the lack of strength in Crown's grasp, Chime struggles to hold back the sobs threatening to spill. Meanwhile, Tron presses onward. Not far ahead, Snow White, Scarlet, and Rapunzel come into view.
あと少しでございます、お嬢様。
We are nigh there, Your Highness.
今しばらくの辛抱を。
Just a little more. Pray endure a moment longer. Suddenly, Chime remembers the conversation she had with them before charging in.
あなた方3名はできるだけ戦場から離れた場所で待機してください。
White Snow, Young Lady Scarlet, and Personette, pray remain as far removed from the battlefield as you may.
まさか戦闘は最小限にするということですか？
We're saying we're supposed to just sit back until then.
エデンの防衛は捨てていますし、シールド展開の必要もありません。私たちを戦線に投入しない理由は？
We've already given up on defending Eden. Now that the shield's down, there's no reason for us not to be sent in.
クイーンにぶつけるためです。
'Tis for none else but to face the Queen.
間違いなく消耗戦になります。こちらが失うものの方が多いはず。
'Tis may well become a war of attrition. Grievous losses shall we endure.
しかしクイーンは必ず地上に落ちる。
Yet the Queen is fated to fall onto the surface.
その能力は未知数です。誰にも分かっておりません。
Not know we of her true capabilities.
相手にできる戦力があるとすれば、あなた方の他にない。
Thus none but ye three may confront her.
ですから万全の状態を保ってください。
We beseech thee, preserve thy strength until the appointed hour.
それまで座して見ていろというのかね。
Are we then to not but stand idle and behold?
そうなります。
So it is.
誰もが命がけで戦っている時にそんなことは。
How can we do that when everyone is out there risking their lives?
あなた方には果たすべき大業があるのです。
We have greater matters to attend to.
梅雨払いは私たちにお任せを。
Leave the lesser ones to us.
必ずクイーンを打ち果たすことがあなた方の務めです。
See to it that the Queen is defeated.
ね、きっとキングさえ使えればお嬢様お一人で十分だったのだが。
Had the NIKKE King been fully charged, it would have sufficed for her highness alone.
やむを得ん、今回は譲ってやるのだ。
But 'tis as it is, I shall yield for now.
ただし絶対勝つのだ。
See that triumphs.
お前たちを信じるのだ。
I trust in thee.
必ず
Without fail. Hand tightened her grip on Chime's hand. With all the strength she can muster.
かしこまりました、お嬢様。
I understand, Your Highness.
チャイム、これは。
Chime, here. Talis produces some camouflage tar from its backpack. Chime takes and covers Crown's torso.
感謝します。
Why, thanks. Trunks gets to hop before the pioneers.
まったくいいご身分なのだ。
Good grief, what an easy life you've got.
クイーンは地上に落ちたのだ。早く行って奴の首を取るのだ。
The Queen has fallen. Go on, fetch her head at once.
言うまでもない。
We will.
行くとしようか。
'Tis about time we toddle off.
クラウンもご無事ですか？
Is Crown alright?
ああ、心配いらないのだ。獅子奮陣の大活躍をされた後で少しお休みいただいているだけなのだ。
Worry not. She has merely gone to cool herself after exerting far too much.
ぐずぐずしてたら休み終わったお嬢様がクイーンの首を取ってしまうのだ。手柄を奪われたくなければ急ぐのだ。
Linger not, lest her highness return and take the Queen's head herself. If thou wast to keep thy glory, make haste, I say.
それはたまらないね。急ぐとしよう。
That shall not do. Let us make haste.
む、さっさとするのだ。
Radio off with thee.
行ってくる。
We'll be back. Snow White, Scarlet, and Rapunzel move forward, crouching low as they run. Chime watches them and shouts loudly.
勝つのだ。必ず。
Thou must win.
絶対に絶対に絶対
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely must win.
分かってるのだ。
Dost thou hear me? Snow White gives a thumbs up.
エデンに向かうのだ。医務室を使うのだ。
Let us go to Eden. I shall make use of the infirmary.
はい。
Got it.
私が見ましょう。
Verily I shall take a look.
ナユタ。
Nayata.
ラプンツェルには及びませんが、応急処置程度はできます。
Though I may possess not personal skill in the healing arts,
処置を済ませてからエデンへ運びましょう。
I can tend to urgent wounds and see her safely borne to Eden.
お嬢様。
Your Highness,
心配はいりませんわ。
do not worry.
分かっております。
Very well it is.
負傷チャイム。戦いは専門外でございますが、せめて一つでもラプチャーの首を。
Though combat might be not my forte, I shall return anon and smite at least one raptor's head myself, I swear.
これ
Here. Khan extends her hand toward Chime, who reaches out and takes what is offered.
これは
This may be
足りずとも一度なら
lacking, but just this once.
いけません、お嬢様。私などには。
No, I can't, Your Highness. How could I ever dare?
チャイムにしかできませんわ。
Because it's you, you can.
チャイムは私の秘書であり、最も素晴らしいクラウン王国の
Chime, you are my aid and the finest in all the Crown Kingdom. Crown, please stop talking.
かしこまりました。やってみるのでございます。
Very well, I shall try.
いいえ、必ずやり遂げてご覧に入れます。
No, I shall accomplish it.
信じていますわ。チャイム
I believe in you, Chime. Right.
キロ、行くのだ。
Kilo, away we go. Yes.
ナユタでしたよね。
You're Naida, right?
クラウンのことどうかお願いします。
Please take good care of Crown.
私にいるべき場所を教えてくれた本当に大切な方なんです。
She's the one who showed me where I truly belong, and someone really precious to me.
お願いします。
I'm counting on you.
承りました。責任を持って治療に当たります。
Understood, I shall see it myself as she liveth, verily. Chimekilla and Talos nod and dash onto the battlefield without a moment's hesitation. Naita watches them quietly.
さあ、私たちも行きましょう。もう少しの辛抱です。
Now then, young Lady Crown, pray endure but a little longer.
私の全力を持って命をつなぎ止めてみせましょう。
This humble one shall exert all mine utmost strength to grasp by thy thread of life.
ナユタ、
Naita,
なぜ距離を置こうとするのです。
why do you merely stand and watch?
なぜ並び立とうとしないのですか。
Why do you not run out to join them?
喋ろうとしないでください。今は安静に。
Pray refrain from discourse. I must needs devote myself wholly to thy treatment.
恐れですか。
Are you afraid?
多くを知りながら決められないのですか。
You know so much, yet you cannot decide.
ただ遠くから眺めているだけなのは。
Is that why you keep standing by?
いかにも私は恐れている。知りすぎるのも考えものですね。
Verily I am beset with fear. To know more than others doth not ever bring advantage.
何かあれば全ては自分のせいという気がして怖くなるのです。
Should matters go awry, I do fear the fault shall rest upon me.
そうして決めかねています。
Therefore I am unable to decide.
上辺だけですわね。
How clever of you.
返す言葉もありません。
So insane. ナエタ。
見ているだけでは変えられません。何も。
Merely standing by and watching won't change a thing.
知っています。
Verily, I am aware. Have you escaped yet? Papillion sprints across the surface, constantly checking the safe route displayed on her phone. The safest route Isabel gave her has proven reliable. She hasn't run into a single raptor so far. Anticipates she's confident she'll make it to the Ark without incident. Papillion laughs. Those idiots. Those lunatics.
ちょっと親切にしてあげるだけで何でもホイホイ出しちゃって
I show them a little kindness and they're ready to give me everything.
甘いわ。甘すぎるのよ。
Honestly, it's almost too easy.
やっぱり私はついてるわ。
I knew it. Lady's luck's on my side. I never liked Papillion. Value of life. Papillion runs, and she recalls the events before she escaped from Eden.
私出て行くわ。
I'll be running away.
そうですか。
It's safe.
イサベルに脱出ルートのことは聞いていますか？
Does Isabel provide you with the safe route?
知ってたの？
You knew.
ええ。私が検討したルートですから。
Of course, I'm the one who plotted the route.
そうだったの。
Oh, right.
お気をつけて。口外してほしくない情報は多いですが、もう口封じは意味がないでしょう。
Farewell. There's much I'd prefer you not disclose when you return, but I doubt it matters anymore.
どうするかは、あなたが決めることです。
Whether you speak of it or not is entirely up to you.
引き止めないの？
Aren't you going to stop me?
止めてほしいのですか？
Do you want me to?
さあ。
I'm not sure.
人質扱いしていたにもかかわらず、ずいぶん助けていただきました。
For a hostage, you were surprisingly helpful.
ありがたいことですが、それ以上は望めません。
I appreciate that, but no further involvement will be permitted.
そう？仲間でしょ？最後まで付き合ってぐらい言えるんじゃない？
Come on. You could have said something like, now that we're comrades, how about risking your life for us just this once?
私はそのようにこびた話し方をしません。
I don't speak in such a saturating fashion.
こびたってあんたね。
Saturating?
それに、他人に命を懸けろと強いることなどできません。
Moreover, one cannot compel another to risk their life.
自分の命の価値は自分自身が決めるものです。
Only you can determine the value of your own life.
じゃあ、あなたたちはここでかけるってことでいいの？
So you're fine with putting your life on the line here.
これが命の使い時ってこと？
That's how much you think your life is worth.
はい、そう決めました。
Yes, that is my decision.
セシル、はっきり言わせてもらうけど、逃げて体勢を立て直してからまた戦った方がいいんじゃない？
Cecil, I'll be frank. Wouldn't it be smarter to fall back, regroup, then fight again?
チャンスなんて今だけじゃないでしょ？
This isn't your only chance after all.
いいえ、今しかありません。私たちが恐れられている時にしかできないことは多いですから。
No, this is our only chance. While they fear us, there is much we can accomplish.
一度退けば、こちらの限界を知られます。そうなれば、
不必要な警戒などしなくなるでしょう。
To retreat would be to reveal our hand, and then next time they would act far more boldly.
それに今クイーンは大きなダメージを受けています。次もここまで追い詰められる保証はありません。
And the Queen has already taken considerable damage. There's no guarantee we'll ever be able to inflict this much harm on her again.
あなたたちなんでそこまでするの？
Why are you all going to such lengths?
だっておかしいでしょ。命より大事なものなんてないのに。
This is strange. What can possibly be more important than your own lives?
なぜでしょうね。
Who knows?
あなたが言った通り、
Perhaps it's just as you said.
私たちは全員おかしいからかもしれません。
We've all gone mad.
本当おかしなやつら。
Insane, every last one of them. Papillion stays her ragged breathing and looks up. A radio tower looms overhead. She activates the tower's terminal and connects it to her phone. After tapping the phone a few times, Papillion brings it to her ear. What am I even doing right now? Seriously. The signal goes through. Soon after, a voice can be heard from the other end.
直接の通話とは恐れ知らずですね。
How bold of you to call me.
それほど重要な話ですか？
This better be something important.
エデンに来て。早く。
Come to Eden, hurry.
今はそのような余裕は。
I have no time for that right now.
時間がないからよく聞いて。
Listen to me, there's no time.
クイーンが降りてきて、エデンは壊滅。パイオニアとバイスリッターが合流。インヘルトが全滅したわ。
The Queen has descended. Eden has been decimated. The Pioneers and White Knights have joined the fray, and Herd has been wiped out.
なんですって。
What did you say?
嘘じゃないわ。急いで来て。みんな死んじゃいそうなの。早く助けて。
I'm not joking. Hurry over here and help, or else everyone will die.
待ってください。全滅というのは。
Wait, who did you say was wiped out?
黙って。いいから早く来て。
Shut up and get over here. Captain yanks the combi link from her phone and looks toward the wasteland she ran through.
全く呆れちゃうわね。
Really, this is absurd. Papillion runs, retracing her steps toward Eden. And without even realizing it, she's laughing.
本当バカみたい。
She is broke. I've lost it. I must have lost my mind.
何やってんのよ。私。
I've really gone insane.
具合はいかがですか？
She's being converted. Is that why Dorothy left the Ark? Because she heard Inherit was wiped out. How does that fare?
死にそうではありませんわね。
I do not feel as if I'm dying.
あくまで応急処置です。本格的な治療にはエデンの設備が必要でしょう。
I've administered merely rudimentary first aid. It's best that thou return to Eden for proper care.
立てますか？支えます。
Here, allow me to support thee.
その必要はない。私がやろう。
No, I'll do it.
ヨハン、なぜここに？エデンは？
Young hero Johann, and what of Eden? That thou hast come hither.
あとは彼女たちの判断に任せる時だ。私がするべきことは。
Now the decision is theirs. Only one task remains for me.
1000人。
Monk. Yon points toward the battlefield.
行け。
Go.
私は
This humble one.
行きたくないのか。
What, you don't want to?
行け。
Go.
仮に問題が起きようと、計画が全て失敗しようと、
Even if things go wrong, even if all our plans fail,
必ず繋いでくれる者がいる。
someone will see it through.
失敗の責任をお前一人で背負う必要はない。
You need not bear the burden of failure by yourself.
しかし
But
私は今まで多くの人々を死地に飛び込ませてきました。
someone has made many jumps into the jaws of death up until now.
そう、まるで選ぶことができると言わんばかりに。
I made it seem as though they had a choice when in truth I compelled them.
私は彼らの誇りを利用した。
I preyed upon their pride.
選択はいつも誰かにさせてきた。
I burdened them with a decision that ought to have been mine.
私は傍観者にしかなれない。
I was but a bystander.
何一つ決める勇気もなく、知識があることを盾に、犠牲になることを他人に選ばせてきた。
Cowardice stayed mine hand from choosing, and so I wielded knowledge as a blade, driving them into mortal peril.
せめて、卑劣な傍観者としての責任を取らねばなりません。
Thus it is I who must bear the
私が追い込んだ者た
consequence.
ちが失敗したとき、その意志を継いで、次に備えるために。
Should they fail, even by the narrowest chance, this craven observer must inherit their will and prepare for the next appointed hour.
なゆた
Ayata.
申し訳ありませんが、何のお話かわかりませんわね。
I'm sorry, but I don't understand a word you're saying.
共に戦いたいのではないのか。
Do you not wish to fight
お前の仲間たちと。
with them?
私は戦いたい。
Does humble one wish to?
ならば、行
Then
け。
go.
肩を並べて戦ってこい。
Fight alongside them.
私などが
Alas, how could one such as I?
私にそんな資格は
Verily I am unworthy of such.
共に戦うことに資格などいりません。
There's no such thing as being worthy of fighting alongside others.
ある程度は同じ意見だ。
I agree to an extent.
お前がここで負うべき責任は失敗した後のことではない。
What you must take responsibility for is not what comes after failure,
ここで勝つことへの責任だ。
but victory itself.
何かあっても後を継ぐ者がいる。
If by chance you fail, someone will take your place.
だから今だ。今この場に全てをかけろ。
So now put everything on the line.
仲間が全てをかけているとき、お前も同じようにかける。
When everyone has risked their all, you must do the same.
それが戦友というものだ。
That's what it means to be a comrade.
旦那。
A great hero.
私が旦那と出会っていたのは
But I should be fated to encounter thee.
持っていけ。
Take this. Beyond there is something, Anita. It is a red-tipped bullet.
アンチェインド。
Trappist.
どこにどう使おうとお前の自由だ。
Use it as you will,
無駄玉にだけはするな。
but don't waste it.
これは責任があまりにも重大な。
Verily, this responsibility is most grievous.
ここはお前が選択するべき時だ。
All the more reason for you to make the decision yourself.
誰かに決めさせようとするな。
Don't leave it to others.
セシル、医務室を開けておけ。ニケを一体送る。
Cecil clear the infirmary when NIKKE is incoming.
了解。
Got it. Naita hesitates, then takes a step forward. Slowly she begins to walk. And all at once she is running. Silver Monk sprints ahead, moving with a speed she has never used before. kind of a bad feeling about this. Value of life. The giant Marion opens fire, pouring out a maelstrom of bullets and beams. Raptors crumble under the onslaught, defenseless before the merciless barrage. Before the sheer might of her massive frame, they're outgunned, outmatched, and utterly crushed. In an instant, the tide of battle turns. The once endless horde of raptors begins to thin. That should do it. Now for the queen. To Marion, the queen is not her top priority. Naita's clones are gradually dwindling, and with raptors all around, the proper fight cannot even take place. Only after she has destroyed well over half their forces does Marion finally turn her gaze toward the queen. It is then something unfamiliar stirred inside her. Why hasn't she shown any reaction yet? Marion looks at the queen. The queen meets her gaze. Eyes locked not on her massive form, but on Marion herself. With a grotesque sound, the queen's mouth opens. The thin, thread-like red beam that almost imperceptible to the eye shoots forth and slices across the giant Marion. Moments later, her massive frame begins to split in two at the torso. Oh no. The giant crumbles beneath the crushing force of the beam. Inside, Marion prepares one last strike. Light gathers at the cannons on her shoulders. Twin beams lance toward the queen, who raises her hand and begins to absorb them. The queen can do this too. A massive red beam erupts from the queen's hand, engulfing Marion in its light. She feels her body falling, but her eyes can't open, and her body is completely battered. At that moment, she feels someone grab her. She feels herself land on the ground. With every last ounce of strength, Marion forces her eyes open. You cannot die here. Chatterbox. Your body must become the queen's next vessel. You exist for that alone. So... Stop this pointless act. Don't even think about pointing your gun at the queen. You exist only as a vessel for the queen, Jean. How I long to crush your skull, yet I must refrain myself lest the vessel break. Unconscious already. To think this is the queen's vessel. Shall I remove her eyes, ears, and mouth? Just to be safe. Don't do that. What if you end up breaking her? Mirror.
私の指示通りマリアンを無事に無事の定義は見直す必要がありそうですが
You followed my orders and retrieved Marion. Well, safely, if we're being generous with that term.
とにかくうまく確保してくれました
Nicely done, anyway.
本当にこれがクイーンの 新しいボディになるというのか。
Did she really become the queen's new body?
その通りです。クイーンは老朽化していますから。
Of course, the queen is old.
何よりクイーン自身のご命令でしょ。新しい体が欲しいということは。
More importantly, she herself says she wants a new body.
私にクイーンの声は聞こえない。
I cannot hear the queen's voice.
では仕方ありませんね。聞けるのはヘレティックかそれに匹敵する行為の個体だけですから。
There's nothing we can do about that. Only heretics or entities above that level can hear her voice.
とにかく万一にも傷つけないようにしてください。
In any case, do not harm her.
器にどのような影響があるか誰にもわからないのですから。
No one can guarantee what effect it might have on the vessel.
本来の計画通りしっかりと保護してください。
So stick to the original plan and protect Marion.
それどころか恐れ知らずにも盗み食いしようとしていたとか。
My goodness, I heard you even trying to eat her.
大変なことをしてしまいましたね。クイーンに知られれば頭が吹き飛ぶ程度では済まないでしょう。
That would have been a disaster. If the queen found out, your head wouldn't be the only thing at risk.
見捨てられてしまうかもしれませんね。
She might even exile you.
わかりましたか。それほど重大なのです。今までのことは取り計らっておきますから、これ以上は絶対に危害を加えないことです。
Do you understand now how serious this is? I'll cover for you this time, but never do that again.
クイーンに認められて声を聞きたいのでしょ。
You want the queen's recognition and to hear her voice, don't you?
わかった。心しておく。
Fine, I'll be careful.
え、くれぐれもお願いしますね。
Yes, please make sure to do that.
あとはそういえばアンチェインドは
Oh, now that I think about it. How about the Vapus?
見つかりましたか。
Did you find it?
どの体にあるのかはわかった。確保は時間の問題だ。
I found out which body it's in. It's only a matter of time before we secure it.
そうですか。
You see,
あなたも知っているかもしれませんが、クイーンにとってボディよりも脳の衰えの方が深刻な問題です。
as you know, Chatterbox, the queen's body has aged, but the greater concern lies with her brain.
クイーンがリリスの脳に自分の情報を上書きした後。
Bitch. She has overwritten Lilius's brain with her own data.
リリスの脳に残っていた妊婦から攻撃を受け続けているのです。
But the remnants of Lilius's nymph continue to attack her.
当然クイーンが敗北することはありませんが、リスクは排除しておく方がいいでしょう。
Of course, the queen is hardly one to be defeated by such a thing. Nevertheless, it is wise to remove any lingering threats.
解決できればようやく真のクイーンが生まれるのです。
In any case, you must purge it to become the true queen.
クイーンが地上に降り立った以上、これからはもっと仕事を急いでください。
Now that the queen has descended, please act swiftly.
わかった。
Yeah, I got it.
返事はいいですね。
That's a fine answer.
あら、 来たようです。
Looks like everyone's here.
では私はここで。
Then I'll be on my way.
分かっていますね。マリアンには傷一つつけないこと、心しておいてください。
You understand, don't you? Never ever harm Marion. You're to cherish her dearly and keep her safe.
わかっている。よく覚えておく。
Got it, I'll be careful. Fear crackles of static and vanishes. Tribox looks down at the battered Marion. Just as he reaches out for a thunderous roar erupts, lifts his head toward the source of the sound. There are three figures with eyes burning with wrath who are racing toward him like mad. Chatterbox.
生きて帰れると思うでないぞ。
Thou shalt see no morrow alive.
絶対に許しません。
I'll never forgive you, not ever. Pilgrims. Chatterbox hands arrive grotesquely. Crimson light ripples across it as it slowly takes the form of a dragon's head. Pests are always getting in my damn way. The dragon's head gathers fire in its mouth, but Scarlet's blade slices through it. Rapunzel's golden light pierces Chatterbox's neck, while Snow White swings her rifle with all her weight behind it. A sickening sound resonates as Chatterbox's head is torn free. What the hell? Snow White's gun spits fire, blasting Chatterbox's head to pieces. Then she stomps on what's left.
お前は口が動きすぎる。
You talk too much.
ラプンツェル、マリアの具合は？
Rapunzel, how fares Marion?
重度の外傷です。コアの出力もかなり落ちています。
She sustained severe external damage, and her core output has dropped significantly.
運べるか？
Can she be moved?
今は別の問題がありますね。
I don't think this is the right time for that.
ああ、来たようだ。
No, she cometh. Snow White raises her head, and she looks at the Queen. The Queen looks back at them. At last, the white pilgrims stand before the jet black Queen.
クイーン。
The Queen
その首。
shall sever thy neck.
これで終わりです。クイーン。
This is the end, Queen. Two-headed fire dragon.
ナユタに言ってたことと違わない？
That's different from what you told Nayata.
何がでしょう？
What do you mean?
マリアンのこと。
About Marion?
ナユタには次のクイーンって言って、トーカティブにはクイーンの次のボディ。
You told Nayata she's the next queen, but to Chatterbox, you said she's only the next vessel for the queen.
どっちが正しいの？
So which is it?
それは当然。
Well, of course.
ナユタに言ったことです。
What I told Nayata.
トーカティブは騙してるってこと？
So you tricked Chatterbox?
え？利用しない手はありません。
Yes, there's no reason not to.
かわいそうなトーカティブはクイーンに認められようと必死ですから。
Poor Chatterbox is desperately seeking the queen's approval.
自分はクイーンに認められて救われた。だから今度はクイーンのために尽くし、もっと認められたい。
Believing he has already been recognized and saved by her, he will do anything for her.
そういうありもしない使命に燃えているのです。
He's burning with a sense of purpose, however helplessly misguided it may be.
クイーンがトーカティブを？ありえないでしょう。
The queen would never acknowledge Chatterbox.
そこから嘘ってこと？
So you lied to him.
ええ。クイーンがそう言っていると吹き込んだだけです。
Yes, I lied and told him the queen said so.
とても簡単でした。
He really fell for it easily.
ヘレティックではないものにクイーンの声は聞こえませんから。
Since Chatterbox isn't a heretic, he can't hear the queen's voice anyway, so it's really easy.
私としてはマリアンの保護者は少しでも多い方がいいですしね。
From my perspective, the more protectors Marion has, the better.
保護の意味がよく分かっていなかったようで、少々行き過ぎな部分もありましたが、釘を刺しておきましたし、問題ないでしょう。
He didn't seem to understand what being a protector means, so I had to remind him. But it should be fine now.
それに、ヘレティックとつながりもありますし、情報源としても役に立ちますから。
And besides, Chatterbox has ties with the heretics, so he brings me all sorts of information.
利用されやすい哀れな存在ですね。
Such a pitiful little creature, so very easy to manipulate.
他のヘレティックに本当のことを言われたらどうするの？
And if he goes telling other heretics, what then?
絶対に信じません。大事な手柄を横取りしようとしているのかもしれないでしょ。
He won't. He thinks doing so might cost him the Queen's recognition.
扱いやすくて素敵です。
He really is
次のクイ
something.
ーンもこうだといいのですが。
We hope the next queen turns out like that too.
ああ、一度だけ困ったことがありました。
No, there was that one time he was a bit of a headache.
ニヒリスターがトーカティブにアンチェリンド探しを命令した時です。
Dealerster once ordered Chatterbox to find Vapis.
あれは対応に少し頭を悩ませました。
And I had to rack my brains to find a way to clean that up.
その時を除けばずっとこれ以上ない最高の傀儡です。
Other than that, there's no puppet quite like him.
改めて感じたけど、ほんと最低ね、あなた。
I'm realizing all over again what a nasty piece of work you are.
私だって勝つためなら
I
手段は選ば
too
ない覚悟ですから。
would do anything to win. Shram, Mantra, and Tellus run side by side. The surviving Nighticons had their eyes fixed on that sight. One lifts a hand in farewell, another lowers her head in a solemn bow. A third claps her hands in silent prayer. Though their voices don't reach them, their meaning is clear.
私たちの目標はただ一つ。
Our charge is clear.
ライデン、インディビリアを倒すこと。
To vanquish the Maiden of Thunder.
ハランの攻撃ですでに体には深手を負っているはずです。
Fairly young Lady Haran's strike had surely left her frame marred beyond measure.
ただし、相手はあくまでヘレティック。再生能力は侮れません。
Yet our foe is a heretic, whose gift of regeneration must not be scorned.
完全に復活される前に、私たちの手で引導を渡す必要があります。
Ere she be made whole anew, we must needs bring her down.
それがなれば、先駆者たちの戦いも安くなるはず。
Thus shall the Forerunner maidens contend with one hindrance fewer in their strife.
トーカティブはどうするんですか？
What should we do about Chatterbox?
あちらは無視して構いません。
You need not trouble thyself over the loquacious one.
所詮振り回されるだけの哀れなものです。
He is not but a mere pawn, subject to the whims of more puissant hands.
ここでの脅威にはならないでしょう。すでに離脱している可能性もあります。
He shall pose no threat. Verily, he may have already met his demise.
強く同意します。特殊個体トーカティブは脅威ではありません。
I strongly agree. The special entity Chatterbox is not strong.
それは2戦2勝だから？まあ、そうかも。
Well, that's 2 wins out of 2. Yeah, that's right.
もしいざとなったら。
And if push comes to stop,
コアの直列接続は使用しません。リスクが高すぎます。
I will not connect our cores. The risk is too great.
万が一の話だよ。万が一の。
Only use it if I have to. If I really have to.
チャイム、緊張ですか？
I'm so short she's being covered by mantra. Art thou nervous, young Lady Chime?
そんなことあるはずがないのだ。
'Tis not so.
では、なぜ静かなのです？
Pray, why art thou so silent?
話しかけるんじゃないのだ。
Speak not to me. Nita closes her mouth and gazes silently at Chime's profile. At first glance, she seems tense, but her expression is clearly...
なるほど。
いいざまだ。
Serves you right.
黙りなさい。
Shut up.
巨大化もできなくなってんのか？
You can't even transform.
こりゃ今の俺でも勝てるかもしれねえな。
Looks like I might actually be able to beat you. The music shift. Nivilia's tail lashes out, leaving a long gash across Nilister's cheek.
失礼。体調が優れず、制御が効かないのです。
Ah, my apologies. My body isn't quite cooperative, so my control is off.
それはそうと、私の尻尾が見えましたか？見えなかったでしょ？
Did you see my tail just now? No.
そういうことですから、冗談はやめておいた方がいいでしょうね。
Then I suggest you stop uttering such nonsense.
いいから、腕一本よこせよ。
So just give me an arm already.
再生さえできりゃ手伝ってやるからさ。
I'll regenerate and help you out.
今の状態じゃ、助けたくったって助けようがね。
Right now, I'm practically a walking corpse. Even if I wanted to help, I couldn't.
俺も偉大なるお母様に尻尾振って中堅みてえに従いてんだけどな。
I'd love to obey our great mother like a loyal mutt.
お前みたいにさ。
Just like you.
あなたは戦いに参加することもできない。道家でいることがお似合いです。
Your best is to remain a fool who can do nothing in this fight.
これからもそのままでいてください。
And that's exactly what you'll continue to be.
お前、自信あんのかよ。
You actually think you've got what it takes
あいつらを一人で相手にする自信がさ。
to take them on.
クイーンの前で他に恐れるべきものなどありません。
As there's a fear, the queen is with us.
マジですげえな。支配の力ってやつは。
Well, I'll be. Such control.
あんなに自分勝手だったお前がこんないい子ちゃんになるなんて。
To think someone who ran wild like you would follow orders so well. Amelia snaps her head around, irritation flaring. A swirling cloud of dust is approaching.
人間もどき。
Human imposters.
どれどれ
Let's see.
チビにガラクタにクソ仙人じゃねえか。
A little brat, a hunk of scrap, and a damned monk.
あいつらお前を倒しに来てるんだぜ。
Hey, looks like they're here for you.
どういうことかわかるか。
And you know what that means, right?
あんな寄せ集めの雑魚どもで相手になるって思われてんだぞ。
Those nobodies actually think they can take you down.
どこで何してきたんだよ。あんな奴らに舐められるなんてさ。
What the hell have you been up to that even those losers are coming after you?
マジでお笑いだ。
You're seriously pathetic, you know that? Vilio's tail lashes out, the blade at its tip stopping a breath away from Neolister's neck. Unfazed, Neolister runs her fingers along the blade.
仲間同士の戦いは禁止だって言われてるだろ。
Great Mother said no
忘れたのか
fighting, remember?
それよりあいつらだ。
Hey, they're coming.
自分の首でも洗っとけよ。
Better get ready to die.
冥福ぐらいは祈ってやるぜ。
Can I even say a prayer for you?
いいでしょう。
Very well.
ちょうどよかった。
How fortuitous.
苛立ちをぶつける相手が欲しかったところです。
I have been in need of a vessel for my ire.
雷電と下流ですね。
Behold, the Maiden of Thunder and Fire Dragon standeth before us.
私が先に行くのだ。
I shall go first.
チャイム一人で何を
Chime, what are you gonna do all by yourself?
行くのだドロンベ。
Hi thee, Trump. Trump gallops ahead with Chime on its back. In an instant, it puts distance between itself and Talos, the mantra.
チャイム待ってください。なんでそんな無茶な
Chime, wait, what kind of reckless stun is this?
貴様インディビリア
The villain Indivilia.
よくもお嬢様のお体に傷を。
How darest thou wound her highness' sacred body?
その罪賠償をもっても償えぬのだ。
That grievous crime, and 100th death shall not atone for it.
この手で必ず。
I shall take thy head, mark my words.
貴様の首を取ってやるのだ
That would be the last thing I do.
チャイム、そんなに興奮したら
Chime, you got to calm down, or...
誰かと思えば、あなたには借りを作ったままでしたね。
Come to think of it, I owe you one.
ここで返すとしましょう。
Allow me to exact my due. The distance between Indivilla and Chime narrows. Chime, still astride Tron, suddenly leaps forward as if throwing herself. Indivilla smiles as though she had expected it all along, confident in her victory.
そうやって笑うがいい
I keep smiling so.
必ず私の首を狙ってくる
Thou surely aim for my throat.
それが貴様の性質なのだ
That is the way. That is thy way after all.
変わり映えもなくこの首を切ろうとするはず
As I struck at thine, so shalt thou strike at mine.
攻撃を見切ってかわすような際は私にはない
I have no skill to dodge thy blow.
ただ己の読みを信じるのみ
Yet I trust it shall come to pass. Chime flips through the air. Individual's blade passes through where her neck has been. Instead, her back takes a blow, but it isn't deep. What? Chime's spin comes to a halt, and her eyes lock up into Bilia's.
この瞬間こそ千載一遇の時
Now 'tis my only chance.
インデビリアお嬢様が私に預けてくださった誇り高き力
The glorious power her highness has granted me.
味わうといいのだ
I shall pour it all upon thee. Lava particles converge in type expansive armament. Looks a bit weird on her. NIKKE King activate. Are the hands doing a thumbs up? The heck?
これは
This.
王からの賜り物である
A prize the king has bestowed upon me.
慎んで受け取るのだ
Take it gloriously. Clad in radiant royal robes, Chime swings her fist. The impact triggers a massive shockwave that crashes into Indivilia. Overwhelmed by pain, she knows all too well she drops to the ground. Moments later, Chime plummets, her body hitting the ground like a falling meteor.
吹っ飛ばして倒す
Talos finish her.
了解宇宙まで吹き飛ばします
Roger, I will blow her all the way into space. Talos charges in, grabs Indivilia by the tail and hurls her into the air with all its might. Indivilia plummets, completely out of control. Melanita positions herself at the spot where she expects Indivilia to fall.
こう見えても護身術の心得がありましてね
Howbeit mine outward seeming, this humble one is full well versed in the noble art of self-defense, soothly. Naita swings her arm in a circle. The falling Indivilia begins to spin as if pulled into it. Her head crashes into the ground at terrifying speed. A massive shockwave ripples outward, accompanied by a deafening boom. The impact on her weakened body leaves Indivilia's mind swimming in haze. Chime. Talos strikes the camouflage sharp over Chime, who lays bare on the ground.
大丈夫ですか
Are you okay?
体中が痛むのだ
My whole body aches.
やはりお嬢様は違うのだ
Highness is most wondrous.
自在に扱えると
I cannot fathom how she doth wield this with such ease.
チャイムだってすごいですよ本当にネイキッドキングを使えるなんて
You're incredible too, Chime. I didn't think you could actually use the Naked King.
王国一の進化として
As the kingdom's foremost vassal, 'tis but natural.
まだ意識があるとはさすがですね。
Thou art still conscious, how impressive.
ニヒリスト。あなたも戦いなさい。
Yelister, fight.
どうしろってんだよ。
What the hell do you want me to do?
使えない。
You useless.
おかげさまでな。
You're the one who made me this way.
ニヒリスト、本当に弱ってるんですよね。
Yelister is really weak right now, right?
もし少しでも回復されてたら、私たちだけじゃ。
If she's even a little recovered, there's no way we can handle her on her own. Damn it. Yelister takes a step forward. She clenches and unclenches her fist, shakes out her legs, and rolls her neck with a sharp crack.
戦う気満々みたいですけど。
It seems like she actually wants to fight.
検知できる出力は微弱です。ただし、力を隠しているのかもしれません。
The detected output is low, however, it is unknown whether she possesses any hidden abilities.
よう、クソ仙人。
Hey, damn monk.
ご挨拶ですね。何でしょう。
Yes, Fire Dragon, speak thy mind.
俺はお前らと戦わなきゃならね
I have to fight you.
え。勝ち目もねえし、ちょっと時間稼ぐための犬死にだろうがな。
I know I don't stand a chance, that it'll just be a meaningless death to stall for time,
それでも戦うしかね
but I have to fight.
えんだ。命令なんだよ。
It's an order.
嫌とも言えねえ。クソみてえな命令だ。
A damn order I can't refuse.
死ぬ気で戦えってさ。偉大なるお母様。
The oh so great mother commands me to fight to the death. Yelister kicks the fallen Indivilia.
なあ、俺たちはこういう存在なんだ。
Hey, that's just how it is for us.
こうやって生きて死ぬもんなんだ。
This is the way we live,
わ
the
かっ
way
て
we
るか
die. Got it? Yelister takes another step forward.
下流ニヒリス
Fire Dragon.
なんだよ。
What?
ター、いつまでそうして生きるつもりなのですか。
How long wilt thou continue living thus?
そうだな。
What of it?
いいえ、やはりやめましょう。
Let us desist.
正直に言って見ていられません。
Surely 'tis somewhat mortifying to behold.
そうかよ。
Is that so?
ええ、
Indeed.
こんな風に生まれちまったんだから仕方ねえだろ。
What else can I do? I was born this way. Nysa silently points at Indivilia and nods her head. Yelister's gaze falters.
何をしているのです。
What are you doing? Indivilia staggers to her feet. Kill and Tellus immediately assume combat stances.
敵と無駄話をしろなどと言った覚えはありません。
Who told you to chat the day away?
戦いなさい。戦うのです。
It said fight. Fight, I command you to fight.
できないならせめて私を逃がすために
If you can't manage that, at least be a meat shield,
盾にぐらいなりなさい。
so I can escape. Yelister stares intently at Indivilia, who is trembling in front of her.
待てよ。
Wait,
考えてみたら俺はこいつに食われたよ
hold on a sec. You actually ate me before, didn't you?
な。俺の武装までくれて生き返らせてやったの
I went all out to save you, even handed over my weapons.
に裏切られたんだよな俺は。
This is how you repay me. Betrayed by you of all people.
ニヒリスト聞こえないのですか。
Yelister, can you not hear me?
そのくせこいつは
What the hell's your problem?
どうして俺に怒鳴ってんだ。
getting mad at me
なんで俺に命令できるんだ
and ordering me around.
この役立たず。いいから動くのです。
You useless corpse, do something.
ああ、気に入らねえな。
This is pissing me off. Something snaps inside Neilister's head. Neilister's sharp teeth sink into Indivilia's neck.
なあ、
Hey,
お前、俺の飯になれよ。
you'll make a fine snack. Oh?
キロ、チャイムを頼みます。
Young Lady Kilo, unto thee I entrust young Lady Chime.
衰弱しています。放置しては危険です。
She is sore wearied, and to leave her thus would be perilous.
それに今、このありさまを見せるべきではないでしょう。
And verily not a good shall come of beholding this sight. Indivilia's low screams and groans, blended with the hideous sounds of something snapping, tearing, and spilling that go all around. Deserved. And among them, the sound that stands out most is Neilister's ragged breathing, and the frantic, ravenous noise of devouring.
さあ、早く。後のことはお任せください。
Go forth now, worry thou not for what shall follow.
でもニゲリスターが
But what about Neilister?
やつと戦いになったら勝ち目は
There's no way she can win if she attacks.
大丈夫です。信じてください。
All shall be well, so place thy trust in me.
タロス、頼みます。
Tell us, I entreat thee to perform thy calculation.
演算中。
Calculating.
了解。退却します。
Acknowledged, initiating retreat. Taos retreats carrying Chime in both hands. Meanwhile, Naita remains behind, silently observing Neilister's grotesque feast. A final resounding gulp echoes. And then everything goes silent.
どうでしたか、食事は。
Was the repast to thy liking?
クソみてえにまずくって。
Damn, that's disgusting.
それにしては、血色がいいようで。
For that, thou seemest in good health. Neilister removes her cloak and hurls it aside. Weapons sprout from Neilister's back.
やっとバランスが取れたぜ。
Oh, that's more like it.
断ち切れたのですか。
Apparently, thou hast undone the Queen's dominion.
だってムカつくだろこいつ。
Damn it, she's really getting on my nerves. Neilister glares at the ground in annoyance.
ああ、もうなくなったか。
And now she's gone.
生まれ持った定めを自らの力で打ち破るとは、実に見事です。
To rend asunder the faith thou wert born unto by thine own might alone, verily most wondrous.
しかし、どうやって。
Pray, how didst thou accomplish such a feat? Pure unadulterated rage.
さあな。
No idea.
激しい感情に任せて打ち勝ったと考えるしかありませんが。
The sole elucidation that cometh to my mind is that a sudden surge of fervent emotion has loosened the reins of control.
思ったよりお粗末なものなのでしょうか。クイーンの支配力というものが。
Methinks that control is more feeble than I had erred while surmised.
んなわけねえだろ。
Weak? No.
俺が強えだけだ。
I'm the one who's strong.
まあ、そこは認めざるを得ません。
So it is that I do grant thee.
それで、どうするのです
Pray, what wilt thou do henceforth?
分かりきったことだろ。
I'm going to kill the queen.
クイーンをぶっ殺す。
Duh.
そうですか。安心しました。力を取り戻せば、心変わりするのではないかと思っていましたので。
No, 'tis a relief. I did fear that thou mightst have harbored a change of heart upon regaining thy strength.
今頃あいつらクイーンとやり合ってんだろ。
So those guys are tangling with the queen, huh?
手を貸してやるから うまいこと説明してくれよ。
I'm joining, but
俺には攻撃すんなってさ。
make sure they know not to shoot me.
それについては言っておかねばならないことがあります。
As for that matter, this humble one has a word to declare. Hello, Armite. Now drink thy water. Welcome to the stream. We are currently in the middle of war. Hopefully your day is going well.
私の分身もこの戦いに加わっていたのですが、
All my known replicas have partaken in the assault upon the queen, yet...
なんだ、言えよ。
What is it? Spit it out.
旗色はよくありません。
Fairly the matter at hand doth bode ill.
ナユタの分身たちは
Where are Naito's clones?
もうここにはいません。
They're all gone.
そうか。
I see.
状況が悪いな。
The situation isn't good.
そのようだ。これほどまでの
Never have I witnessed such.
単純な強さというものは初めて見せられたね。
Pure might of the flesh. The Pioneer Squad joins the assault on the Queen, fighting alongside Naito's clones. The Queen's attacks are swift and brutal, but not impossible to dodge or block. But the real problem lies in her seemingly limitless power, and her ability to regenerate. Hundreds of clean hits land on her, inflicting real damage. But as if mocking their efforts, he restores every wound without pause. Snow White's 7 Dwarves 1 fires at maximum output. Scarlet delivers a full force sword strikes. Rapunzel releases her strongest beams. The Naito's clones rain down endless attacks. All of them hit. All of them hurt. Yet moments later, the Queen is whole again, and striking back just as fiercely. Naito's clones fall one by one until none remain. The Pioneer Squad begins to wither under the pressure, slowly but surely being worn down.
これほどの力を持っていながら、今まで様子を見ていただけだというのか。
She had this much power, and yes, she just watched.
よほど自分に自信がないようだね。
This the Queen most lacking in confidence indeed.
二人とも
Everyone.
このまま消耗戦を続けていては、私たちに勝ち目はありません。
At this rate, we're just being whittled down. In the end, we'll be the ones to fall.
いいや、必ず勝つ。
Nay, we shall prevail.
現実味のない話だが、そうだ。
It may sound improbable, but that's the truth.
乗るか乗らないか、どちらかにしておくれ。
Answer with not, but yea or nay, prithee.
あれを使いましょう。
Let's use that.
ここでか。
Right now.
確かに、迎撃兵器を落とした今が使い時かもしれないね。
Hark, now that all the auto-interceptors are rent asunder, 'tis surely the most opportune hour, eh?
時間を稼いでください。誘導は私がします。
Buy me some time, I'll take the lead.
なんとも難しい。頼み事だ。
A daring request thou dost make. Scarlet dashes forward, dodging the countless crimson beams, and the Queen unleashes. She swings her blade at the hand reaching for her. 3 of the Queen's fingers are severed, only to regenerate immediately as if nothing had happened. Scarlet lets out a short groan, then continues the exchange of blows. At the same time, Snow White pours her firepower onto what she believes is the Queen's weak spot. Several strikes land, enough to make her think she has the upper hand. But once again, the Queen restores all damage in an instant. Using the smallest movements possible, Snow White intercepts every incoming missile and avoids the streaking crimson beams. The tip of her toes sins slightly, and she senses her focus slipping. Rapunzel centers her mind. For a long time, the Pioneer Squad scour the surface, leaving no stone unturned. Convinced the queen is not on the surface, they turn their attention to space. Unedited's countless clones are stationed across the surface to track the queen's orbit. Snow White, Scarlet, and Rapunzel roam from place to place, gathering intelligence on the queen, and simultaneously deploying remotely operated weapons across the land. These weapons are meant for the inevitable day of the final battle. 6,000 missiles in total. The cannons of every emplacement turn in unison toward a single target, the queen. Where Rapunzel points.
着弾します。
Incoming.
二人ともこちらへ。
Everyone this way. Rapunzel deploys her shield. Snow White and Scarlet hurry inside. The queen stares, clearly puzzled by their sudden movement. Moments later, she sees it. A second horizon line hovering above the real one. The sky is, quite literally, raining missiles. Crimson light radiates from the queen's body. But even so, she cannot intercept the overwhelming fusillade of 6,000 missiles. Explosions and flashes erupt without end. Flames roar as if to burn the sky itself. A thick, choking cloud from the massive blast engulfs the area. Only the queen's skeletal frame remains. And yet again she begins to regenerate.
これでも。
Even that wasn't enough.
いやはや、本当に無尽蔵ということかい?
By myself, doth her might not know bounds?
無限のものなどない。続けるぞ。
Nothing lasts forever, keep going.
おう。切って切って切り続ければ、いつかは切り切れるであろう。
Good, keep slicing, slicing, and slicing it again, and on she shall fall.
はい、必ずここで倒します。
Yes, absolutely. We'll take her down right here. A thunderous roar echoes from the distance. Heads now toward the sound. The thick current of smoke shreds apart in an instant. And then a red, two-headed dragon charges forward, skimming the ground like a missile. Nihilister. I believe this is the one we just did, so I haven't done... Yeah, I haven't done today, so we're gonna do that now. I wanted to check the overworld because I have not been reading these in case they had spoilers. What is Johan saying? Advance just a little further. We must take this opportunity. The only thing I did see while I was doing the minigame yesterday was Johan standing here saying Huron and Isabel. I have the context for that now. They're both dead. Let's see, there's another out here. But whither last shall I wend? It is a rip indeed. Verily I behoved me to depart. Talus is over here. That is a sound judgment. What is a sound judgment? Crown and Chime should be safe, right? If it's regenerating, hit them harder, exactly. Okay, so for today's...
皆が全てをかけるとき、私も共に全てをかける。
This one, I believe, is just a battle. And then the last one should have a scene.
「 ーは終わってねえよな。さっさと帰って最後まで楽しもうぜ。クイーンの再生能力は私たちの想像をはるかに上回るものです。
The Queen's regenerative powers surpass all that we have ever imagined.
いくら攻撃をかわし続けてもこちらが決め手を持たないのであれば
Though her assaults reach us not, so long as ours avail her not.
削り合いへともつれ込み敗北は必然となります。
We shall be drawn into a war of attrition, and our defeat shall be assured.
しかも100年余り宇宙を漂っていたのですからどれほどの力を蓄えているかは未知数。
She is a being who hath wandered the expanse of the cosmos these 100 years past. Who can fathom the measure of power which she hath amassed therein?
で、何が言いたいんだ。
So what are you trying to say?
再生能力を封じる必要があります。その方法はただ一つ。
We must needs seal her regenerative powers. There is but a single means to do so.
毒を盛るこ
To fashion a chalice of poison.
と。しかし並大抵の器ではクイーンに届くことさえなく
Yet a
砕かれるで
mundane
しょう。
chalice shall perish ere it ever touch the queen.
ならどうしろって。
So what are we supposed to do? Not to stare straight at Neolister. Meeting her gaze, Neolister lets out a loud, mocking laugh.
クソ仙人さんよ。
You crazy monk.
俺のことを信じられるってんのか？あ？
You really think trusting me is a good idea, huh?
信じて構いませんか下流。
I have placed my trust in the fire dragon.
もっと信用できるやつにしとけよ。
You should only trust those worth trusting.
それはその通りです。
So it is. Naita takes out a red-tipped bullet from her bosom and tosses it to Neolister. Why are you keeping that in your booba?
あなたのお好きなように。
Use it as thou wilt.
てめえはマジでクソったれだ。
You crazy monk.
何もかも思い通りに動いて嬉しいか？
Must be through that everything's gone your way, huh?
だが、これだけはよく覚えとけよ。
But you better remember this.
こうすることを選んだのは
I'm the one who chose this.
絶対に忘れはしません。
Verily, I shall never forget it. Where else would she keep it in this world? To be fair, it is secure in her bust, so fair enough. The red dragon charges. The queen looms closer. She's keeping it in her teeth. That is dangerous. All the fancy outfits, no pockets. That is true, none of them have pockets. Neolister bites down on the red-tipped bullet wedged between her teeth and shatters it. Then the red dragon charges at the queen.
これでも食っとけ！クソババア！
Eat this, mother. The red dragon becomes a poison chalice and hurls herself at her great mother. The two-headed English. The two-headed red dragon rams into the queen. The Neolister's body begins to break apart. At the same time, all the queen's arms spread wide, as if to embrace the chalice she has not seen for a long time. She holds the disintegrated Neolister close, and the latter is absorbed into the queen's body.
自爆した。
A suicide attack.
しかし、なぜ？
But prithee, for what cause?
回復させるためか。
Surely she didn't heal the queen.
あれは？
Everyone look. The queen's body begins to creak, then tremble violently. You would think, especially during the war, they would have at least a pocket. Nope. They have their booba and their ass and nothing else. Okay, so one issue with this. Sure, she has eaten the Vapis and it's now in the queen. Lilith's body was also in her, which is now in the queen. As black liquid oozes out, parts of the queen fall away.
今のはまさか
This could be.
再生能力を封じました。今が後期です。
The power of regeneration has been sealed. Verily, the hour of our opportunity has now cometh.
ナユタ、どういうことだ？
Naita, what's going on here?
自分の手を汚さない卑劣な手を使いました。
Verily, a foul stratagem have I wrought, yet mine own hands remain unsullied.
そうか。
Is that so?
いつまで聞くかはわかりません。
It reminds me of that one Jack Harkness scene. There be no certainty how long this effect shall endure.
今こそ全ての力を。
Okay, so Indivilia is dead. Neolister is dead. Inherit is dead. Crown is dying. Chime is hurt. Marin is unconscious. Let's see how longer the list gets. Now's the very instant wherein all our fortunes must be laid upon the venture.
全員動
Venture?
かないでください。
Venture. Everyone stay put.
車線クリア。
Who's your favorite character? Most likely to die, but who's your favorite? We've got a clear line of fire.
3時間誤差ゼロだ。
It's been exactly 3 hours.
エデンの槍発射。
Aiden Sphere Fire. Holy shit. A flash appears in the distance, and a blue beam of light strikes the queen. As the light fades, the staggering queen comes into view.
認めたくはありませんが、本当に怪物のようです。
I hate to say it, but this is truly a monster.
使える手段は全て使った。あとは頼む。
We've done everything we can, the rest is up to you.
勝て。
Win.
お任せよ。
We shall see it done.
持参しておいて返事は一番かね。
Yeah, that answers quickest, though thou wert the last to join us.
まったくです。最初から戦っていたような口ぶりですね。
Yeah, someone might think you've been fighting alongside us from the very beginning.
もっと早く動いてくれ。
Next time, don't be late.
今まで遊んでいたとでもこれでも私なりに飛び回って。
Dost thou think I have been idly wandering? Even I, in my own fashion, have hither and thither run, much accompanied with mine affairs.
戦闘中だ。死後は後にしろ。
Cut the chatter, we're in combat.
まだまだ戦場には慣れておらぬようだ。
Though still lackest the faintest sense of battle barely.
遅れた分は取り戻してくださいね。
You were late, so make sure to work twice as hard.
当然です。最善を尽くしましょう。
Very well, I shall do my utmost.
行くぞ。
Moving out.
エンカウンター。
Did the encounter line. Is the last battle node the queen? Indeed it is. The opera. Jesus. I mean, you're gonna die instantly because of the power level. What a good entrance.
では早速一杯やりに行くとするかね。
We'll see more of the queen during the solo, right?
往生際の悪いやつだ。
So the story is about killing the invading queen. The seven ripped the British. Though she harbors no thought of falling.
手を緩めるな。
Don't stop your attacks.
再生能力は確かに抑えているはず。なぜまだ。
She clearly stopped regenerating, and yet.
申し訳ありませんが、今しばらく時を稼いでください。
I do beg thy pardon, yet prithee, hold her a little while longer.
もう休みたくなったのかい。まったくのんきなものだね。
Even now thou liest in idle leisure. Truly thy carefreeness doth make me envious.
本気を出せ。
Work harder.
休むのは少しだけですよ。いいですね。
Go take a short rest, okay? Don't overdo it.
そんな風に思われているのですか、私は。
Dost thou think I seek repose?
とにかく切り札があるのです。
Nay, I yet hold a trumps
決め手
concealed.
にはならずとも隙は作れる。
Though it may not prove decisive, I shall endeavor to fashion an opening for thee all. Without a word, the three give a brief nod and take off toward the queen. Naika spins on her heel and runs the other way. She finds flat ground and sits in a meditative posture. Amid the rising clamor around her, she forces herself to shut it out. Closing her eyes, she gathers herself. Her consciousness spreads outward, connecting with her other clones across the surface. And then she makes her proposal.
あなた方の命をここで燃やし尽くします。
I shall consign thine lives to flame,
罪の重みはすべて
and all sins that shall arise therefrom
好みで背負いましょう。
I shall bear. In an instant, all the linked consciousnesses are severed. Naita watches as swarms of golden particles drift toward her, and she sheds tears. They all became one again. I stand if ready. It's her skin. I shall open the path. They're all saying their old lines. Ah, fuck no. That's not your friend. Forgive me, I need a moment. What the fuck did I just say? The pioneers are dead now. Okay. That which takes Lilith's form fixes its eyes on Marion. Struggling to steady herself, Marion meets its gaze. Slowly it advances. An unknown energy presses down on her, freezing her in place. Lays a hand on her chest. Its hand drives through her chest. Marion crumbles to the ground. The figure stares at the red core glowing in its grasp, clearly pleased. Goddess Paul. Its head jerks slightly, and turns around. Papillion pants heavily, facing a fear she has never known before. Hey you. What are you? What even are you? The figure closes in on Papillion. He fires wildly, panic rising with every shot, but it doesn't so much as flinch. Just as it draws near, Dorothy lands between them. Dorothy, you came. Lily eyes. The figure looks at Dorothy. Her chest tightens as tears threaten to spill. This is a horrible time for you to arrive here. Every part of her wants to run forward and embrace it. But... no. Lilywise is dead. The dead cannot return. Who are you? The figure remains silent. Who are you to dare wear her form? Answer me. Once again, silence settles over them. Answer me. I said answer me. Sure enough, there was no response. Light burst from Dorothy's gun. The figurehead snapped upward. Slowly it lifts a hand to its forehead where the light grazed. One red drop smears across the glove.
答える気がないなら構いません。
It's fine if you have no intention of answering.
殺します。
Then die.
その姿で私の前に立った。
Just standing there before me looking like that
死に値してあまりある行いです。
is reason enough for me to kill you. Its eyes lock with Dorothy's. Slowly it glances down at the smear of red on its glove. With a burst of motion it kicks off the ground and vanishes beyond the horizon.
ドロシー。
Dorothy.
セシル、無事でしたか？
Stay alive. See you've made it safely.
負傷者たちを回収する。
Gather the wounded.
負傷ではないものもいるかもしれない。
There may be fatalities.
私も手伝うわ。
I'll help too.
頼む。
Good. Please tell me
エ
they're
デンの
alive.
光学迷彩は正常に回復している。
Eden's optical camouflage is fully
だ
operational.
が、これほどの騒ぎだ。ラプチャーどもが押し寄せてくるだろう。
Okay, Eden's still good. Okay. Still, our commotion will draw the raptures here quickly.
残存戦力でエデンの防衛を行う。2日しのぎきれれば問題ないはずだ。
Have the remaining forces defend Eden. It'll be enough if we can hold out for 2 days.
わかりました。
Understood.
信じられないことになりましたわね。
What an extraordinary turn of events.
お嬢様、我々は
Yes, we won, Your
勝ったので
Highness.
ございます。
まだわかりません。極めつけるのは早いですわ。
Not sure yet. It's too early to jump to reckonings.
お嬢様、決めつけるでございます。
You think the word be conclusions.
あれからみんな
What's become of everyone?
インヘルトは全滅した。
The inherit has been wiped out.
殲滅って
Wiped out?
ノアの脳はブレインシェルターに保管されている。
Only Noah's brain is being stored in the brain shelter.
イサベルとハランは戦死した。
As for Isabel and Han, they have fallen.
そうなのね。
You see,
マリアンはコアを失い昏睡している。
Marian has lost her core and is in a comatose state.
生きてはいるようだが、いつ何が起こるかは予想できない。
She remains alive for now, but her condition is unstable.
ヘレティックである以上、治療も困難だ。
As a heretic, she's difficult to treat.
本人の再生力に頼るしかない。
We have no choice but to rely on her regeneration.
ラプンツェルは頭の一部を除いて粉砕された。
Portion. Rapunzel's body was completely destroyed, save for a portion of her head.
脳だけは回収している。
Her brain has been stored.
ブレンも大破した。損傷が激しく、脳を取り出せていない。
Scarlet is heavily damaged, and her condition is too unstable to allow for brain extraction.
最も危険な状態だ。
She's in the most critical condition.
ナユタも軽くない傷を負った。だが、力を解放して防御力が上がっていたのか、致命傷は免れたようだ。
Naita sustained moderate injuries. After releasing her power, her physical durability increased, preventing fatal injury.
遠くないうちに復帰できるだろう。
She'll be cleared for duty soon.
スノーホワイトはボディが両断されていた。
Snow White was cleanly severed.
だが綺麗に切断されていたため、最も軽傷で済んだとも言える。
Due to the precision of the cut, her injuries are minimal.
セシルの修理が終われば、すぐにでも復帰するだろう。
Cecil's repairing her, so she should be back on her feet soon.
以上だ。
That's all.
ヨハン、
Johan,
口を塞いでいろドロシー。
don't, Dorothy.
今はお前と話す気分ではない。
I don't wish to talk to you right now.
10分間の休憩とする。
I'm going to rest for 10 minutes. Johan staggers off as Dorothy watches him go in silence.
接合は完了しました。
Reattachment is complete.
皮肉な話ですが、 切断面が綺麗で簡単でした。
It may sound strange, but the cut was so clean that reassembly posed no difficulty.
具合は大丈夫ですか？
Hey, are you alright?
何もかも思い出した。
I remember it all.
思い出したとは何のことですか？
What exactly do you remember
お姉ちゃんのことだ。
about Lilith? Yes.
セシル。
Cecil.
はい。
Yes.
強い武器と装備をくれ。
Give me some weapons and equipment.
今のままではお姉ちゃんに勝てない。
There's no way I can beat her with what I got now.
出せるものはない。好きにしてくれ。
I have no money, so put it on my tab.
知っていましたか？
Perhaps you don't know this.
エデンにはあなた方、つまりパイオニア専用と言っても過言ではない兵器や装備のプランがあります。
But Eden has plans for weapons and equipment reserved exclusively for the pioneers.
もしいつか共闘できる時が来たら、
They're meant as a gift.
それを送るつもりでした。
For the day we might one day fight together.
ヨハンが直々に進めていた計画です。
Yohan is the one who prepared them.
なぜこの戦いに出さなかった？
Why weren't these given to us sooner?
あくまで計画ですから。
As I said, we're still in the planning stage.
完成はいつになる？
When can you complete them?
あなたが協力的であれば2週間で足ります。
If you cooperate, 2 weeks will be enough. I liked the low frames of the animation earlier. It was also referencing the elevator.
わかった。
Alright,
よろしく頼む。
I'm counting on you.
こちらこそ。
The same to you. Snow White closes her eyes, reaching into the recesses of her memories. A white landscape flickers into view. I feel it overflowing with white lilies, swaying gently in the wind.
お姉ちゃん。
Lilith. A crimson landscape flickers before her eyes. Reeds dancing under the blazing sun. No melody carries by the wind. She recalls her final farewell. And tears roll down her cheek.
レッドフード。
Red Hood.
「リリー・バイス、なぜこのようなことが」
The lines you said was different.
片付きましたね。さあ、旅を
How
続
did
け
the
ましょう。
field change? Karen, Noah, Isabel. So quiet. She's not saying anything. Kent definitely needs it after the massive bomb drop for lore. My brain is processing this very slowly. so much happened in that part. Wake up explaining what happened. I'm glad that Johan and Cecil are still fine. Delayed reaction stuff. Pioneer Snow White finally got her memories back after her mind switch. Scarlet is a mass-produced NIKKE, and she's in critical condition right now. So we don't know what's gonna happen to her. Rapunzel is in a brain storage, but the only parts of her head were left after she got decimated by Lilith. I don't even know what to call her. Lilith is the person she used to be. I don't want to call her Lilith, but she's being controlled by the Queen. It doesn't feel right. I don't know what to call her. Why is the music depressing as shit? It's not helping. Goddess Fall. And Herod's dead and all of Pioneer is basically broken. Not only that, but the one true goddess of victory has been converted into the Queen. Marion is also out of commission now because her cord's gone. 2 of the heretics are dead. Libellaria didn't even show up in this yet. There's still the hard mode scene, but what can they even do? This whole event is like setting up for Dorothy to have like a redemption arc, but even if she works together with the Pioneers again, I don't know what direction they're gonna take that. Dorothy cannot escape from trauma. Anywhere she goes, she just gets more trauma. In the main story, we receive a text from Johan at the end. I'm gonna assume it's sometime after this. Maybe it's gonna be in the hard mode scene. Whatever is next will be hell of a drop. Yeah. They've been cooking ever since the Red Hood arc, as people call it, in the main story. Every single side event, every anniversary event since then has been like, it's been lore heavy and they've been cooking. The Red Hood arc is when they started to focus very heavily on story development and getting things moving and not stopping. Like, they don't care how much they break the community. Emotionally, mentally, and physically. They're steamrolling. And they're doing it very well. I kind of feel bad for the newer commanders though, who this is like their first anniversary event that they play through fully. Because so much context is missing from Overzone and Red Ash. As well as Lost Kingdom and like Crown and everything else. You need to play through all of that. You need to play through old tales to know fully what's happening in this event. There is so much context missing without those events. It's a plot to get more people into therapy. It's a ploy. Like, you thought this was a horny booty shooter game, did ya? You saw the advertisements that were using the sex sells idea. Well, hate to break it to you, you signed up for a one-way trip to depression and that. Like, yes, the skins are quite something. You get full-on booty and booba. But you have no idea what you're signing up for. Come in, we won't buy 2 years later. In terms of the emotional, like, shift, it was 2 years later. Like, it was ever since the 2nd anniversary. I would say 1.5 is when they started to, like, slowly do it. Then 2 is where you get hit in the wall. Like, I can't even think properly. You get hit in the face by the brick. Ever since 2 to 3, like, we have not had an emotional break. It's been depression the whole way through, or something that sets up the depression or, like, reinforces the depression. The more you know about the lore, though, the more depressing it is. Because for commanders that are newer, like, you see that scene. You go through the story for this event, it's like, I have no idea what the hell is happening, I'll find out later. Like, it doesn't hit as hard for those commanders. Because they're just, like, trying to understand what they're looking at right now. If you see an announcement of a character-centered event, say your goodbyes. More or less. For the commanders who have been here since the start, we've been here for 3 years, maybe 2 years, or like 1.5 years for most people. I would say 2 years for most people, or somewhere around there. We've been seeing these characters for a long ass time now, considering, for a gacha game, right? They've had a lot of lore-heavy events around those characters. The emotional impact is quite something. Like, we are attached to these characters, not in the aspect of waifu, but, like, actually invested in the story and wanting to see them do well, but Shift Up doesn't want us to be happy, I guess. It is a dystopian story, they're making that clear. It's a dystopian world. Next thing you know, you just see Cinderella as a clock, and that's set on midnight as an announcement. Jane doesn't want to see them well, just wants to see them. Okay, there's one thing that reminded me of. Where is the Twitters? One moment. There's a very little Siren, I love you, but calm for a moment. Calm for a moment. There's something I saw on the Twitters that I just got reminded of. Where is it? If my microphone sounds a bit fried right now, it's because everything's loading up. So one thing NIKKE does really well is hiding references in their announcement arts. That's why so many people analyze it. And I think I understand what one of the references were in there. Where did that announcement go? There's a very specific announcement they did before they released the event. If I can find it. And it makes so much sense now. It kinda sucks because I know Haran and Isabel specifically are a lot of people's, like, I wouldn't say number one, but waifus. Like, they are definitely waifus of people. So, 07 to those commanders. They have lost a waifu today. How far back is it? It was like one of the first things I ever announced. Read the post story since silence and disbelief. That's how it feels right now, yeah. It's like the actual fuckity did I just look at? Like, I have disbelief, I have tears, and I have rage. Like, what am I supposed to do with all these emotions? Okay, I found it. So, this was very early on. They showed this image during the live stream, of all things. Opera, I am being covered. So they used this artwork for this announcement. For the Anniversary Global Creators Contest. If we zoom in here, we have what looks like it's referencing, like, the last feast, right? In terms of, like, religious standpoint, because they are goddesses by name. We have pioneers, we have Dorothy in the back. We have Rappy, Marion in, for some reason, her base form, because they are really inconsistent on what form they advertise her in. Behind my head is Crown. Behind my head is Crown. Cindy, then the other two of Counters. There's at least one dev artist guilty to this that was not doing this. Okay, so for one last face, it is that reference. Look very closely to the background. Like, I noticed this when looking at this. I didn't know why they did this. Now I do. Let me just zoom in to a very specific spot. That's the Goddess of Victory statue. Holding what looks like a lilialized flower. With Inherit's weapons in the back. And Johan's hat over Noah's shield. Like, I saw this at the time, it's like, that's an interesting detail. I don't know what to expect from that. It's a memorial grave. That's what it is. It's a fucking memorial. That's Haran's scythe, that's Isabel's wing, and that's Noah's shield. And I'm pretty sure they put the hat on Noah's thing because she's the only one where the brain is still quote-unquote in preservation, even though it's, like, probably beyond repair. These devs think they're a little funny, don't they? These artists think they're smart. Those little shits. I see this. I see what you're doing. The references are everywhere if you look close enough. Can't say they didn't warn you. Oh, they warned us very subtly. This whole event had death flags, like, everywhere. Like, everywhere you looked, it's like, someone's gonna die. More than one person's gonna die, I just don't know who. If anything, this whole event just gave Dorothy more trauma. That's all that happened. This whole event was to give Dorothy more trauma, as well as the commanders. And the actual commander in the game, like the MC, does not know this happened. And once he finds out, oh boy. Not only is Inherit all gone, that's just gonna be like, oh, well shit. Like, it's probably gonna be that reaction for the MC. Like, Pioneers are worse for where it's like, oh. Then it's like, Marion's core is missing. That's gonna hit him hard. That is gonna hit him so hard. So the last thing, like, I really wonder what Johan said to him. God, I need to know. I need the next chapter. Let me out. Anyway, yeah, that was Goddess Fall. We have one last thing to look at before we call it a day. So the minigame has its own cutscenes. In terms of the timeline, I don't know because I haven't seen any of them. This is the last thing we can look at. I feel like there are still a few scenes missing here. By the time the hard mode scene is out, all of them should be unlocked. Can't imagine you enter there and they make you spin a wheel to choose the next character that... It's like, who's gonna die next or inflict unbearable emotional pain on the community? Let's see here. Spin the wheel. The question is, do we save this for the hard mode scene just so there's like more to look at than just the hard mode scene? I think I'm gonna do that. Because I think the context of the minigame is like either before the events, like way before. The only thing I did see while skipping through that one was Dorothy, so I think it is past context there. Because it's the minigame. Like, when I was skipping through the story, I had something covering the NIKKE screen, like taking priority covering, so I wouldn't swallow myself at all. The minigame less so. I did see Dorothy in there though. Trauma or death, flip a coin. I'll take trauma over death, thank you. At least they're still alive at that point. I am worried about Rapunzel though. Her brain, like, sir, Scarlet's body is in tatters, but Rapunzel's brain is in a questionable condition right now. So we're gonna save the minigame scenes for the hard mode scenes, so pair those together. I have not done my dailies yet, because, for the people who weren't here at the start, my dumbass forgot to update the game, because I didn't think there'd be an update today. So I was just sitting here for like 17 or so minutes, twiddling my thumbs. I'll be doing that off stream. Yeah. In terms of Livolaria, I'm probably going to be using my tickets instead of trying to pull for her. I'm still waiting for the tier list results to see how good she is. I'm assuming she's like very good for specific cases, but not like overall meta. So we'll see. Spins on their favorite character and lands on Tails for death. Because the thing with Libellaria, would a Pierce Wind Sniper help? Yes. Do I need her? No. Do I like her as a character? Yes. Is the seasonal winter events coming as well as the New Year's event, which is probably going to be Idle Annis at that point? Most likely. Do I need to save? Yes. Am I broke? Yes. Page for 12 days of Tetra. Depending on who the winter characters are, I will be pulling. Either that or save that for New Year's, which is still holiday seasons. So we'll see. Hopefully I don't have 12 days of Tetra. That would be pain. I don't need more pain right now. They gave me enough emotional pain today. I'm gonna be processing this for like the next week or so until I like randomly crash out on stream when it all hits again. It's like I go on a rant the next time I play NIKKE after I fully process this. Lusting for the bit. The only thing I saw on Twitter, so I have avoided the For You tab like the plague in terms of NIKKE because people like posting spoilers everywhere. Not even on NIKKE. Deciding if it or something, then it just... It's like I'm playing Persona. I'm just grinding mindlessly through Tartarus. I come out, like I'm doing daily life. It's like... pauses. Goes on a crash out rant about NIKKE while talking to someone. We'll see once that rant hits. It will hit. But the amount of shit I saw today, it will hit at some point. I don't want to talk too much about the archived events for the commanders who are planning to play those on their own time and don't want spoilers to them, so I don't want to talk about those on stream too much unless it is within context. But for my friends who play NIKKE and who don't care about spoilers, prepare to get your ear talked off because I have so much I want to say about what I just saw. My god. Definitely gonna be during Kenshi. Yeah, he's talking about how he wants to give roses to the teacher that he's seeing, and I'm just sitting in the corner mumbling to myself about the goddess fall event. Yeah, I think I'm currently on the... I don't know what stage of grief, like, of the 5 stages of grief I'm at currently. I went through all of them multiple times today in completion, and I'm going through it again. Mihara, stop being horny when I'm trying to think of something. I think you just skip to acceptance. Okay, here's the thing. We have denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance, right? I think today, like today alone, during the Goddess Fall event, I have hit... I don't think... Was I in denial? I was in denial at the start because I was like, I had my theories, right? I had a lot of theories, and I was hoping none of them would come true. Like, I had a theory of everyone's gonna die, and Herod's gonna die, everyone in Eden's gonna die, like, something's gonna happen to Lilith's body at the end, which apparently it did. God damn it, I was right there. It's like, I was in denial. I was hoping none of that would happen. Well, fuck me, it was worse than I expected. I was not in the bargaining phase at all, I think. I skipped to... I wasn't in anger either. I went from denial, I skipped to depression, I went to acceptance, and it was just those three over and over and over again. It's like, denial, depression, acceptance. Next thing happens. I'm in denial, depression, acceptance. Doing it again and again. I'm in like a weird mix of depression and acceptance right now. Sometimes just skip to acceptance or just depression. Yeah, how about both? Both sounds good. I know roughly the most stages of grief thing would be the biscuit pulls. Okay, I'm not mind broken right now. I think that is obvious. I just have a lot on my mind. In terms of the biscuit pulls, yes, I was mind broken. When it fully says he'll go through all 5 Exactly. I'm gonna go through it again in like a week. That's when I'm gonna crash out. God damn it, shift up. Like, shift up, you're cooking. But my feels. The legendary crash out. It'll be very obvious when it happens. Anyway, let's go over here. Give me like a more fitting soundtrack. Thank you, Siren. I wonder if Shifa does any other businesses. I'm pretty sure Shift Up did a different gacha game before NIKKE. I think that's pretty well known. Yeah, Destiny Child. They did Destiny Child before NIKKE. And it was pretty popular, but... Is Destiny Child EOS still... Destiny Child EOS on September 21st, 2023. So basically NIKKE was their next project after that. More or less. Weird fact about Limbus, the company has its own sandwich shop, really? That's random. Yeah, Shift Up has... They used to do Destiny Child, then they moved on to NIKKE, then during the development of NIKKE, they also branched out to Stellar Blade, is what they do, mainly. Destiny Child started 2016, terminated 2023, NIKKE started in 2022, Stellar Blade started in 2024. Yeah. They are a Korean development company. Which is funny, because when you look at the Korean gacha development companies, either you have the companies that are money hungry as shit. Nexus. Or you have the other companies who are really focused on content, like Shift Up. I don't know where Limits falls in that. Let it plant. I'm not a plant. I was going on a rant. I'm gonna go on an even bigger rant later on, but I was going on a rant. Next. Yay, so gun. Pay once didn't get too into it. Now imagine a Shift Up side business or something, probably there. Imagine Shift Up started their own therapy business. Like, we got NIKKE, you want our therapy as well? It's a package deal. They would understand why the commanders need therapy, at least. Also, did I say Nexus? I think I said that wrong. Not Nexus, Nexon. Nexus is something else. Nexon. Developers of Blue Archive. People at Nexus don't come at me with a gun. Wrong company. Yeah, you go into your therapy session, the therapist is like, so, which part of the story did you complete? What are we talking about today? Like, I have a list of bullet points we can go through depending on where you are currently. It's been forever since you touched the Nexon game. Same. Can you canceler be narrow? The only thing Narrow would do as a canceler is act like a cat, curl up somewhere, it's like, exist. And meow at you. Like, she wouldn't do much as a cancer. She's more like a therapeutic pet type of thing at that point. Like, therapy pet. You head pat her and give her treats, and that's her counseling session. Sounds healing enough, yeah. I don't see an issue with that, honestly. Let's see, your next one's games, Maple Story, but yeah, they're mainly known for Blue Archive, which Blue Archive had a shit ton of controversies and starts. I played Blue Archive when it first came out. I quit, not even like a few months into it, because Nexon is the opposite of Shift Up, where they're greedy as shit. Not only do their rights suck ass, the currency to buy stuff sucks ass, and a lot of other things where you can't progress in the story at all unless you spend money to pull a shit ton, or if you're free to play, it takes forever to get to that point. They also did a bunch of censoring that pissed off the global community because South Korea is censoring and all that for underage people because the people in Blue Archive are technically students. Blah 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 blah. But yeah, I kinda fell off of that whole entire thing once I quit. Not really paying attention to that anymore. Feel bad for Maple Story players? Maple Story is like the side game that they have at this point. That's like, you don't hear a bunch of bad shit about because there's so much shit about Blue Archive. But they're just there because it's the same company. And there's Square Enix and NetEase, oh god. Why can't there be, like, good development companies that people hear about often? Like, Shift Up is one of the few rare ones. At this point, this isn't NIKKE anymore. We're devolving into a just talking section, but just chatting, I guess. Like, back in the day, I can say that because I feel old at this point. What's a good development company? Shift Up is as close as I can think of at this point. It's like, does Shift Up have its hiccups here and there? Yes, it's normal. It's a public-facing company. They're gonna have hiccups at some point. But I feel like Shift Up is one of the most community, facing ones where they actually listen to the players a lot and want feedback from them. Last time you heard something about Maple Story, it was a guy who was about to hit max level, complained about the game for hours, and quit without hitting it after getting promoted by Maple Story. Really? Huh. All on purpose. Based Chad. Yeah, it does sound like it's on purpose at that point. I'm trying to think of other... Are there any other good game companies? In terms of gacha? Probably not. They all have some type of issue. It's not even like the publishers. So companies like Yoastar, they're more of a publishing company than a game company. So not them, but the actual developer companies. You heard Project Moon doesn't even know why Limbus is popular. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? It's like, they're just working on like a passion project. It's like, why is this game doing good? Like, why are we getting money, huh? What's wrong with Hoyoverse? Don't get me started on Hoyoverse. As someone who used to play Hoyoverse games and am very much in the artist community for Hoyoverse, don't get me started on that bullshit. I have a love-hate relationship with Hoyoverse, mainly hate. Because like all my favorite characters are from Hoyoverse, but I hate the company. They can burn to the ground, honestly. No one likes the company. If you do, you're lying to yourself. Don't lie to yourself. You're gaslighting yourself to loving it. I swear every Hoyoverse like player is a masochist in some way, shape, or form. Because they treat their player base like shit. And again, some of the stuff just feels like a shitpost, like they handed out a free temple to just because the director pulled it early. Did I know whoever sells shoes? I wouldn't be surprised. No, they love their player base. Dima, have you played a Hoyoverse game? Like invested in a Hoyoverse game? Not just trying out, but actually played it for a good while. Have you done that? Because I have, and I hated it. You played Genshin? What was your AR level? What was your AR level when you quit? Genshin after Inazuma was oof. Do not remember? Fair enough, it's probably been a while. Genshin after Inazuma, as a game, that's when it started to deteriorate, but for some reason, as a story, that's when they started to cook, so I kind of hate it. Only really played for... Okay, fair enough. So you played during Sumeru. Huh. Not entirely their fault though. 3-month Ayaka banner and no content, yeah. Inazuma was the point that I quit, but I kept up with the story ever since, so I know what's happening in terms of the story because, like, lore-wise, Hoyoverse doesn't do bad. Like, they can actually write stories pretty well. It's just, as a game company, they kind of suck. When I played Genshin, I think I was like closer to day 1 than anything. Back when it was just like Mondstadt and Liyue and I forgot what the region is called, the Ice Mountain. Back when it was just that. I think not that I really know if Genshin had all the quality of life that later games had on release, it would have been good, but they never did get to till really late. Like, have you seen their anniversary rewards? They don't give a shit. As long as people are pulling on the banners and spending money, that's good enough for them. And people will continue to do that because it's such a popular game in specifically China, honestly. ZZC is fun though. ZZC is like the weird stepchild when they're secretly like an actual blood-related child, but no one really looks at it because the other two games that they do are like the favorites. Genshin will always be the biggest. Star Rail is climbing in the popularity because of their story and like the characters. ZZZ is kind of like the forgotten child at this point. ZZZ is kind of the furry bait of Hoyoverse when you think about it. It's like their weird version of a hack and slash where they're trying to appeal to the community base that play Arknights is how it feels like. If that makes sense. Then like Honkai Impact 3rd at this point is kind of, it's like half dead. The players who played it still play it, but other than that, no. Think of other game companies right now. There's like Nintendo, which is a hell no. There's Sega, which they're no. There's Atlas, which their games are fun, but their prices are egregious at this point. They used to be one of the good ones, now they're kind of devolving a bit, like a tad bit. Which pains me because I loved their older games. Honkai Impact is for day one pre-siders who suck for the story. The story in Honkai Impact is good, I will say, but from a gameplay standpoint, it is ass. Like, as a free-to-play, especially, it is ass. Can you tell Papillion to fuck off? What did Papillion do? Persona 5X is weird to play. It really is. It really is. Persona 5X, when it first got announced, I was like, another Persona 5 spin-off? Are you kidding me? That was my reaction to it. Then I saw people like actually start playing. It's like, are you really doing that? Like, are you really going through that? Not only does it feel like a Persona 5 ripoff, because it, story-wise, is. It's a gacha game where, for global, it's accelerated to all shit compared to, like, the soft launch that they did. So, you're just suffering in there, from what I could gather. I don't know how it's like now. It's been a bit since then, but I haven't seen people praise it to all hell. So I'm gonna assume it's around the same still. She works for Wannabe Hitler? Yeah, Papillion works for Birmingham. What about it? It's so funny playing and going, this feels like a knockoff Persona. Because it is. Yeah, knockoff Persona 5. Because it is. Like, the setting, the storyline, it just, like, where was the effort? Where's the creativity that you usually show? Like, save the effort for Persona 6. Like, stop making more Persona 5 stuff. Like, I love Persona 5, but stop milking it so much. Like, there's a limit to how much you can do this. You do not care for Birmingham in the slightest. I don't think anyone does. Birmingham kind of just gets memed on by the community. Rightfully so. You wouldn't have been so off about it if they didn't throw in Joker. Yeah, when they first released, like, the trailer for Persona 5X, when they showed that Joker was in it, and he's, like, this weird figment of imagination type thing, like, the first time they ever showed it, it's like, what is going on in here? Like, what's the angle? I don't get it. They got about another 5 gachas to kill with Joker. The last time I saw like a news bit about the Persona collabs, I just saw them EOSing another thing. I forgot what it was though. Anything Persona touches is in danger of EOS with like a 90% hit rate. And I'm wondering if there's anything that hasn't been hit by that curse. At least Metaphor came out. Oh yeah, Metaphor did come out. Do people like Metaphor? So they're still working on other games? Yeah, they still have their whole entire Shin Megami series and all of that. I like them for their Trauma Center series, but I don't think they're doing anything with that anymore. Overwatch 2 for now. Overwatch 2 as a game, I feel like it's too popular to get EOS unless the company decides to do that. Despite like the player base still being there. It was well received from what I hear. Really? Like the Overwatch 2 club? Or are you talking about something else? Because the Overwatch 2 collab with Persona, the only thing I've heard about it is unhappy people, honestly. It's mainly the Persona community side that I've heard though. I don't know what the Overwatch community's opinion was on it. Metaphor? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Metaphor was well received. Persona announcement, then it says Persona 5 Royal Return. If we keep attaching R's to the name, eventually it'll hit. Genji as Ryuji? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Not only that, but some of the skins just looked not right, I guess. It just looks like they're cosplaying the characters, less so than a full-on collab. Like, they have their lines and stuff, but it just looks like they're cosplaying them. Anyways, I don't have anything else to mention. Dima, are you still here? I guess that's the only thing I can mention in terms of Monday, if that's set. 2040, we will surely have another Persona game that isn't 5, hopefully. What's going on? It's like, in terms of you're playing NIKKE, yeah, that was very obvious. I'm just wondering if Monday is, like, set for next week. Yes, okay. So, in terms of Monday, I'll be back with Dima at 4 PM PST, and he's dragging me back into Power World because he wants to give his Blaze Hell more steroids. And he won't stop until he's done. Until Blaze Hell is gonna cook everything to all hell. Why Blaze Hell specifically? Is there a reason, or is that just like the first pal that was a tank that you had? Because you can, fair enough. Can you make bets on who gets higher death count? If you want to, yeah. I have all the death counts, like, during the stream, so if you go to the ends of the streams and count up the numbers, it is an ongoing count at this point. Absolutely not, you don't get a choice in this. The thing with the death count, I feel like Dima died a lot early on because he's reckless as shit and stubborn as shit, but now with the team he has, probably going to happen less often unless he does an idiotic move and doesn't dodge correctly. At that point, it's on you, Dima. Like, your team isn't the one dying, it's you. For me, it's probably gonna be the opposite, where I'm gonna be dying more often now, because I've been focusing more on the base and like collecting materials than anything else. At this point, I'm starting to actually focus on building my team, which means I'm going to be doing the stupid decision of going into high-level bosses and areas I shouldn't be, that are like 30 levels above me, because I have specific targets for my team. So we'll see. Double digits higher or lower? We're already in double digits, don't worry about that. In terms of tomorrow, we'll see. Not tomorrow. Next time. In terms of Monday, we'll see. Dodging is hard? That's a skill issue, Anther. Dodging isn't that hard. The Marsh has trained you. My training has come from the oil rig. Not the oil rig that you've been to, a different oil rig. I have a joke with the friends I played Power with before, where the small oil rig is like the Dollar Tree. The bigger oil rig after that is the Walmart. And like, the highest level oil rig is Gucci. Or like, Louis Vuitton. It was Louis Vuitton. We called it Louis Vuitton. You've only been to the Dollar Tree, Dima. I've been trained by Walmart and Louis Vuitton, so we'll see. The security there is very high, for some reason. As she misses a lot of dodges to... Hey, I'm not gonna have a skill issue. I'm not having a skill issue on Monday. Hopefully. Hopefully. In your defense, you played, like, this vastly more than... Okay, to be fair, what is your hours at this point? You're the one setting up for it. 43. Do you have a guess on how many hours I have? Let me check in the meantime. Well, like half of that is from recent, yeah. So how many do you think I have? I'll give you a hint, it's triple digits. 700 to 1,000. Okay, it's not that high. I'm not that no life. For context, the server that I play on is a dedicated server, so the server can be on, but my game doesn't need to be on to be like grinding materials. So there is that caveat. 500 question mark. Yeah, it's like 500 something. And like 100 or so maybe for like the server being on by itself. I have a lot of hours, how about that? Why do you think I know so much about the game? The only thing I didn't really pay attention to are the elements, which was obvious last time. Because it's like, if you have a palette team that's strong enough to ignore the elements, why even care about the elements if you have brute force power? That is. Which, do you want me to like scientifically explain to you how to make the ultimate playstyle? I can do that. I have text files at the ready. I have breeding trees, like literal breeding trees that you can go down to make the ultimate playstyle. I need to show you my actual team at some point that I have on my main. to show you how much no life I did. Fire super effective versus grass 07, Ivy and Eevee incoming. Hey, I can explain IVs and EVs in Pokemon really well too. I think out of the 500 or so hours, like a third of those hours was just grinding eggs. It was like breeding a bunch of eggs to make like the perfect team. It's probably closer to half at this point, honestly. Because unlike our world, where the egg hatch timer is small as hell, because time doesn't move unless the game is on in that case, like in our world. But for the dedicated server, it moves as long as the server is on. So the egg timer was a lot longer. I think a single huge egg took 6 hours to hatch. Then, like, a normal small egg took 30 minutes to an hour by itself. In our case, it's like a few minutes, right? So a lot of that time is waiting for eggs and like breeding eggs. Ivy just gets to breed this Ditto to death. Huge egg is 2 hours? Yeah, for me it was closer to 6 or more. Yeah, on my main at least. I basically did the breed the Ditto to death on my main. EVs commit genocide, exactly. I honestly lost count of how many eggs I have hatched across all time. Way too many. Way too fucking many. Both in Pokemon and in Palworld. But yeah, if we want to do the egg breeding method for your Blaze Hell, there's a very specific setup that you have to do in our base for that to be efficient. I can help set that up next time if you want to do that method. Eevee also steroid and give gym equipment to the child. Mm-hmm. Are you talking about the brace band? Because I do know about that method. Please now? Okay, I guess our next objective in Palworld is to beef up the Blaze Hell as much as we can. Pokemon Red OG came out around the same time as OG Yu-Gi-Oh! You're welcome. Okay, here's the thing, Or. I played Red, and I watched OG Yu-Gi-Oh! I know I'm old. I realize that. You didn't have to tell me that. I realize. Okay, so I'll become nigh immortal. So, when are you going to sleep today? Do you want to get your ear talked off about this? No, you have a stream tomorrow, don't you? So you do need rest. I'll save that rant for a different time. You can stay up? Oh, perfect! 5. Okay, I know what I'm doing after stream while doing my dailies. For the friends that played Palworld with me, you know how crazy I can get in terms of that. They were concerned for me. It was that bad. I like drew out diagrams and shit to perfect my pals. Should you be concerned? Nah. I'll make it easy for you. I'll dumb it down for you. This is what happens with any game I get invested into. I start like looking at the tiny fine print numbers. It's like, how can I push this to its limits? How can I no-life this to all hell to the point people are concerned about it? I'm gonna get the whiteboard out. Okay, funny thing are, I actually have a whiteboard next to like my normal setup. I can literally get the whiteboard out. Fun focus. Exactly, I can actually do that. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Wait, one moment. I actually have the text file. I mean, I can show you guys. Passive skills. I seem like a whiteboard person? Okay, here's the thing. I actually hate whiteboards. Like, actually hate whiteboards. But I do use them. Especially as someone who used to be a TA. Yeah, I'm used to using them. I have explained things with whiteboard many a times because of my job. So these notes might not make the most sense to people. Also, I forgot to change the category. There's just gonna be an hour of non-NIKKE content at the end, and people are gonna be like, what the fuck is he talking about? Don't worry about it. I don't know if there's a way to add categories after the fact. If Twitch has that. If so, I will do that. If not, enjoy this random ass hour of bullshit. You love bonking with Nahita? So, I have a text file called Passive Skills for Power World. I wrote this like while I was doing a bunch of research. So there are sites, there are two main sites which are like Power World encyclopedias. I went through everything, all the passives, all the pals, like all the partner skills, and I compiled the best combinations possible that you can do genetically based on the breeding trees that are possible. Waving up the hidden abilities. So, the three up here, these are passives that you can only get if you do the raid bosses. Siren of the Void is from Belinar Libero. Eternal Flame is from Blazimat Ryu. Invader is from... I forgot its name, but the alien dragon type that is way too hard to defeat. So those are like the 30% increases. Those are the best elementals you can get for Dark, Ice, Fire, Lightning, and Dragon. I will mansplain this, by the way. For all the other elements, you have these four, right? This is like a very fast review of what I have written here. In terms of like random other diamond tricks that you can have, there is Lucky, which does these effects. There's Diamond Body, which does this effect. Then you got the three that I feel like are the most important for any pal if you are having an attack team. You have Legend, Demon God, and Serenity. The four I have written down here is for the glider pal that I use. So they're not for combat, but for gliding. So these are all like player stat raising abilities. Yakima, don't worry about what that does. If you know, you know. So yeah, team-wise, Legendary Serenity, Demon God, Elemental Passive. This is just notes of what I was doing at the time. Then like the most efficient base pals based on what skills they have. Plasma Rio, Phalaris, Aqua, Veritas, Orzor, Canubis, Nochlum, Bastigor, Lylene, and these are for ingredients for cakes. Why do I have all this written down? Don't worry about it. I said I go in deep when I do this shit. I was not joking. Yeah, that exists. That's not even like the breeding tree. Dima, you're gonna get the long version of that, by the way. Because every every player builds their palettes differently, so there are many combinations that you can do depending on your playstyle and what you want your palette to do. You're in danger? No, you're fine. Head pat. You're perfectly fine. You're not in danger. You're just gonna be stuck for a few hours, that's all. Willingly stuck. You're not hostage. Don't say that. You signed up for this. You wanted that blade towel, right? Right? Just chat save me? No, you don't need saving for anything. You signed up for this. Anyways, I think that's a good place to wrap up this stream, otherwise I'm gonna go on a different rant and we're never gonna end. I'm probably gonna get some food, then do my dailies while talking to my ear off. So we will be back Monday. It'll be at 4 p.m. PST, playing Power Road with Dima. He's gonna know a lot more by then, right? You'll have all this memorized by then. Unless he's still out the NIKKE rant. Nah, that's gonna be next time. Before the strat fight. Here's the issue with this. I have two modes. Either I am sitting with an empty brain and I'm not speaking, which is very obvious if I'm in that mode. Or I'm in this mode, where I can't stop talking. At that point, we're never gonna end. Very often, yeah, then this happens. Like a switch gets flipped in my brain. It's like, ooh, interesting topic I can indoctrinate everyone on. Did you prepare the test? I have a test, by the way. You will be tested, Dima. Yeah, we're gonna be back Monday. I'm going to be doing dailies after stream. No, thank you. You don't have a choice. When did I say you had a choice? Need to test him to make sure he gets it? Yeah, you need to understand what's happening to the Blaze Cell. It's your child, by the way. Like, you raised that Blaze Cell from an egg. You need to take responsibility for that child. Brain is only filled with DVD. Surely there's more room. There's more room. We'll make more room. We'll make more room. It's fine. Just condense your DVD logic a little bit. Like, make room. Thank you for the stream, like Tina. Thank you for stopping by. You've played many games, so have I. My brain is an encyclopedia for many games. You can do it too. Anyways, before I go on another rant, hopefully everyone has a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. Take care of yourselves. Appreciate everyone that stopped by, especially the lurkers. I see you guys. What are you saying now? Some of which you become very knowledgeable about? Okay, if you know anything, we're similar. To a concerning degree, I am no different. And I know for a fact I can shove powerful information into your brain. You're not escaping this. Anyways, until next time, bye-bye!